Hello and welcome to the 5th Third Bank Stadium at Kennesaw State University in Atlanta, Georgia for round 3 of the World Rugby HSBC Women's 7 Series. Well, throughout the season, the teams compete for points. Australia top the table at this moment in time after 2 events on 40 points. New Zealand runners up on 28. Ireland propping up the table on 2 points. Well, the series started off in Dubai back in December, and it was Australia who came up trumps.
You've got to bring your game to be a champion, and that's exactly what Australia have done in the Cup final. Your women's champions in Dubai, Australia.
Yeah, they lifted the cup by beating Russia 31 points to 12. Next up, it was over to Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Beck trying to get Halia Murphy free. Oh, the old 1-2 punch sees the number 3 jersey go in, and Australia put both hands on the cup here in Sao Paulo. The cup winners, champions, Australia.
So back-to-back titles for Australia, lifting the silverware once again, beating Canada 29 points to 0. This is round 3, we're back in Atlanta. And then next weekend we head to Langford, to the beautiful Vancouver Island for the tournament there. And then over to the Massif Central, Clermont-Ferrand in France, that will host the final leg of the tournament and series back in May. So this is the Cup quarterfinals that will be coming up shortly. England, number 1 seeds on day 1, will play against Russia. Canada versus Fiji. Then all the home support will be cheering on USA against Australia. And the final Cup quarterfinal, France versus New Zealand. Just as a reminder, it is knockout rugby here on day 2 in Atlanta. Japan in the bowl semi-final will take on Colombia. And Spain will see out against Ireland. Both those teams looking for their first win here in Atlanta. So the first Cup quarter-final sees the number 1 seeded team on day 1 play against Russia, who qualified in 8th position. These two teams had played 10 times, England winning on 5 occasions, Russia on 4 and 1 draw. But these two teams last met at the semi-final stage back in December in Dubai, where Russia beat England by 19 points to 12. Simon Middleton, England's coach, has the luxury of selecting his strongest team. Joanne Watmore adds pace on the flanks. Claire Allen and Heather Fisher provide go-forward options. And the team is skippered by Emily Scout, who scored 3 tries on day 1. Pavel Baranovsky for Russia selects Bazit Hamidova in the forwards, but interestingly enough leaves their most potent attacking player Elena Throdkova on the bench. Maria Prestayak caught the eye on day 1, whilst playmaker Nadezhda Kudinova skippers the Russians. So Russia and England take the field here in Atlanta for the first Cup quarter-final. Knockout rugby, folks, here on the Women's 7 Series. There's England's skipper, Emily Scarrett. 3 tries on day 1 and has really led this team very, very well. Beating Australia there 21 points to 7, Fiji 28 points to 7, and then thumping Colombia 45 points to 0. Well, Russia started strongly on day 1. They got into a lead against Canada but succumbed to the Canadians by 26 points to 5. Then lost another tight encounter by 22 points to 7, eventually getting their first win and qualification through to the Cup quarterfinals by beating Ireland 10 points to 7. Alhambra Nivas referees this particular match.
Captain.
So Nadezhda Kudinova for Russia. She'll start the play, the action. The kick is into the hands of England. Emily Richardson to Claire Allen, and here is the pace of Joanne Watmore. England stretching that Russian defence straight away. Watmore recycles the ball to Hunt. Katie McLean looks for the kicking option just to get a little bit of territory downfield. Kudanova, the Russian skipper, will be back, but Kudanova under pressure. And Kudanova, well, didn't she do well there, up and over that 10-metre line. Hamidova, Perestayak, Petrova, well, she showed the ball, then went on the outside. Interception by Alice Richardson. What a start here. 1 minute played and not even a stoppage. Heather Fisher wearing the head protection from a cut following a head bang yesterday. Now Emily Scarrett, who always gives a go-forward option to this England team. Katie McLean to Alice Richardson. Switches on for Claire Allen, but it's Joanne Watmore. Well tackled there by Maria Perestayak. So look at the way that England are commanding the possession. They're having an attack from deep. Natasha Hunt gets Scarrett. Fisher comes on that short ball. Fisher, a determined character in this England team. Claire Allen trying to get there in support. Eventually gets there. But a penalty against England. It was for sealing off the ball. Well, my name's Scott Hastings, alongside me, former England 7s and 15s star Sue Day. Sue, what a start by England.
What a start by both teams. Breathless, end-to-end stuff, 2 minutes. No stoppages in the end. Russia get the better of England at the breakdown. England, you're right, have dominated possession, but nothing to show for it so far.
And although Russia started on day one with just the one win, they made life difficult in their defeats to Canada and France. They were always in the game, and they're showing some real heart here. As Daria Lushina penetrates this England defence. Switch play then from the Russians. Maria Petrova takes the ball into the contact. That's the 22-metre line there. And good recycle ball as Kudanova then gets across that 22-metre line, invites the tackle of Alice Richardson. Penalty against England, so Kudanova takes the quick tap and goal. Maria Petrova looks for the switch there on Arina Brstrova. Kudanova, the playmaker for Russia, this captain, bumps and burls. This is Daria Lushina. Oh, Perestayak goes for the line. Good tackle made by Claire Allen there. And Russia now putting the stretch on the defence. The interception by Scarrett. Well, there was an opportunity for Russia to score, so the breakout through Katie McLean. Alice Richardson now. Claire Allen, thumping tackle comes in. Heather Fisher manages to gather the ball. Well, the pace and intensity of this game is quite breathtaking. Russia with turnover ball then. What can they do to attack the England defence? Kudanova takes the short angle, and Kudanova, the Russian captain, goes in to score the first try for Russia.
What a start to this game, isn't it? End-to-end stuff. England thought they'd broken out, but the ball ended up in the hands of Katie McLean versus Hamidova, and we know who's the faster there. In the end, Russia managed to turn the ball over in contact. And then their talisman, number 9, Kudanova, makes it through and in under the post. Really important for England to go straight back at Russia here. We know that England lost heavily to Russia in the quarter-finals last year.
And Odessa Kudanova, well, you can see from that graphic there that she is so important to the Russian cause. But not only that, not only is she a great points machine, she's a fantastic rugby footballer.
Yeah, she's so pivotal for this team, so pivotal for everything that they do well. She just pulls all of the strings.
And suddenly we see the Russia that we all know. They got to the final in Dubai. They beat England in the semi-final back in December in Dubai. And England are right in this game, having to attack from deep. So Claire Allen to Watmore. We've seen this time and time again that Watmore will stretch defences. Watmore, super tackle there by Arina Bystrova. but adjudged to have been a high tackle. So Alice Richardson, well, the ball went back. She took a tap restart. The ball went back, so it was play on. Katie McLean then back down this blind side. Now there's numbers over here if they can put the ball into Claire Allen's hands. Watmore gives the England team a go forward option. Natasha Hunt to Fisher. Scarrett's on the wide outside. 3 tries yesterday for England. Can she puncture the Russian defence? Yes, she can! This will be her 4th try in Atlanta. And Scarrett, the captain for England, gets England back into this game.
We talked about the importance of Kudinova to Russia. The importance of Emily Scarrett to England is really starting to shine through in this tournament as well. Provides such a threat on the other side of the pitch. You've got Joanne Watmore, England have on this side, Emily Scarrett on the other. It was so important for England to hit back. This time last year here, they lost 24-0 to Russia, and you can imagine they're just starting to be worried about that, and we can't throw it away the same way that we did this time last year. 7-0, what a game we've got here, Scott.
Yeah, Emily Scarrett, she was actually once offered a US basketball scholarship at the age of 16, but turned it down to focus on rugby. Well, she helped England lift the Rugby World Cup trophy a couple of years ago, and has started to shine on the 7th circuit as well. Super kick by England. They've got the ball back. Good scampering work there by Natasha Hunt to secure possession for England. Watmore goes in support, but the interception then taken there by Marina Petrova, and Russia are on the attack once again. Petrova gets Hamidova on the inside time. There's the half-time hooter. Can Russia score just before the half-time? Kudinova, she spins, she burls, she tries to get the handoff and Scarrett there. So England go to hold the Russian up. Now this is also, it's just play on, as they try and drag the Russian player to the outside, and that will be the last action. So good play there from Joanne Watmore, and Emily Scarrett with a tackle on the Detsa Kudinova. What a first half we've had here. The first Cup quarter-final is certainly delivering something brilliant. The scores are tied at 7 apiece.
Yeah, we all right? Right, listen, they're obviously really concerned with the width of the play. All right, so they're leaving big spaces. They need to step up to the line a little bit, look to play a little bit flatter, with some tighter angles, okay, on some shorter lines. We've got to, once we pass, we've got to get off. The offload will be on every time. If not, we've got to support the breakdown. Okay, so shorten them up.
Все провалит, давай попытки делай. Тебя подрезают, сразу попытки.
Давайте делаем, давай, Россия! Captain? Yep.
Huh? Did you see it off his shirt? Yeah.
So Katie McLean will start the second half of the first Cup quarter-final. The scores are tied at 7 apiece. Russia in their blue strips. This is their captain, Nadetsa Kudinova. Kudinova just got tackled there in the contact by Alice Richardson. So England will pat down there wearing that number 7 jersey. Heather Fisher, you can see the the strapping on the top of her head. She took a head knock. I think it was in the match against Fiji, and thankfully she's recovered. Alice Richardson looks for the switch of Watmore. Watmore stands big in the tackle, powerful Watmore. Super tackle comes in for Maria Prestayak. But it's England looking confident with ball in hand. Claire Allen cuts back. Claire Allen shrugs off the attempted tackle of the Russians. McLean goes in at scrum half. Fisher collects ball. Richardson, Watmore's on the outside. Can Watmore go in the corner? She can't, because she knocked the ball on. So Russia, well, it's a game of inches.
Yeah, huge error from England there. Joanne Watmore thinking about scoring the try before she caught the ball. We've all been there. We've all done it, but that was a big one.
I don't know if I've ever done that.
Have you ever played on the wing, Scott?
I actually played on the wing, but you're absolutely right, Sue. You know, we can sometimes be so critical of players dropping the ball, but I'm sure that every player listening to this broadcast will know exactly how Joanne Watmore felt then. It's all about concentration, and in seven-a-side rugby, it really is about concentration. Natasha Hunt, she looked for the quick one down that blind side. She's going to tap and go again. This time England just set their structures now. Emily Scarrett directing operations. She's drifting out into that midfield role. And here comes Scarrett. Takes the angle. Scarrett has all the power and play. Well, that was good by England, because they really took their time to manufacture that try by Emily Scarrett. Her second of today.
Yeah, you're allowed to take a little bit of time to set up. England put their big ball runner into the midfield. Alice Richardson pulled the defence across the pitch. Emily Scarrett then cut a straight line back inside. That means that the defence is drifting the wrong way. She cut back against the defence. Very simple, but very well worked from England.
Well, I must say, Emily Scarrett, the England captain, has really caught the eye here in Atlanta. That's her 5th try of the weekend, as Katie McLean adds the extra points. There she is, Emily Scarrett, such a catalyst for this team.
Yeah, she's become so important to this England side. She's been competing in the kickoffs as well, although not this one.
Well, Watmore, oh, if she collected that one, she may well have been in. The advantage being played for the Russians, though. Perestayak gets caught by Fisher. Fisher makes another tackle on Kudanova. Good counter-attacking play here from the Russians. Hamidova back out on this wing. Now she's got a bit of gas as well. Into the midfield she goes. Gets the support of Kudanova. It was a good pass. Look at the way the ball's put in front of the player. Here is the youngster on the wing, Elena Throdkova. Kudanova back into Ariya Beristrova. Oh, the handoff by Kudanova. How important is she to this Russian team? Her 2nd try of the day for the Russian skipper.
It's the tale of 2 captains, this game, isn't it? 2 for Kudanova, 2 for Scarrett. Hamidova makes this. She's not renowned for her handling skills, normally her finishing, but she's the one that gets the ball out into the open space, and then Russia just control possession. Finally, ball back in the hands of Kudanova, over the try line. Brilliant try from Russia.
Oh, she's missed the kick. Well, what an opportunity for Russia to square the scores. Here's the kick. Look at the head comes up. Well, you've got to keep your head over the top of the ball, and that means that Russia are 2 points behind with that missed conversion.
We talk about how important those extra 2 points are, and you think they're guaranteed in front of the post like that.
Well, I'd actually written down on my team sheet and score sheet that Kudanova was going to get that. I didn't expect it to miss, but at the moment, it's England with a slender 2-point lead. Look at the clock at the top of your screen. 1 minute, 45 seconds, and Richardson goes for the little chip. Can it be gathered by Watmore? Watmore for the corner, but Throdakova's got it covered. Super tackle by the 19-year-old winger for Russia. Katie McLean, plenty of space on this near side. Hunt out to Scarrett. Scarrett, well, the support here is through Amy Wilson-Hardy. Hardy in off the bench. And Russia competing for the ball on the floor, but illegally, says referee Alhambra Nivas. The quick goal by Hunt. Hunt releases the ball back to her captain Scarrett. Now Alice Richardson. Oh, another kick for Watmore. Watmore, can she gather the ball and go over the line? Yes, she can. And that will be the winning score for England. Surely they will now be into the semi-final.
2 precision kicks from Alice Richardson. Those have been practiced on the training ground. Joanne Watmore knocked a couple on in the first half, made no mistake on the end of both of these kicks. This is much harder than it looks, keeping your eye on the ball when you don't know where it's bobbling off the kick. But hats off to Alice Richardson for the pinpoint precision of that. Claire Allen is happy with that one, isn't she?
Katie McLean with the conversion. But more importantly for England, Russia will have to score twice within 15 seconds if they're going to win this tie. But here we go, the accuracy, the little dink chip. Well, we'll see a few of these down in Augusta, just down the road. But that one on the rugby field was pitch perfect. Throdkova then. Throdkova, she's tall and rangy. She's a beautiful runner, this Russian girl. Great tackle though by England's defensive alignment. Alice Richardson on that occasion thwarting the Russian sub. Throdkova looks for the support angle line of Marina Petrova, but it's sloppy here. England will just want to try and clear this ball out of the ground. Delight of Simon Middleton, the England coach. Delight from the England players. Well, the quality of that cup final was superb. Remember, the first cup quarter-final next coming up is going to be Canada-Fiji, but confirmation of the result. England through the semi-finals. They've beaten Russia by 19 points to 12.
Okay, so ahead of the next game, the captain for Canada, the one and only Jen Kish.
Brilliant step off the right.
Lovely step again, Jen Kish. This is going to be a brilliant individual try for the Canadian captain.
That was sensational from the Canadian captain.
Here comes the second to the captain. Jen Kish is in. Kish again. This is Captain Fantastic going in the score for Canada. Unbelievable.
Yeah, unbelievable is the word to describe the Canadian captain, Jen Kish. Well, this is what's ahead of us, as you've seen. England through to the semi-finals, 19-12 against Russia. Canada and Fiji to come, and USA against Australia, followed by France against New Zealand. So all top quality teams in action in the Cup quarter-finals, as you would expect here in Atlanta on day 2. The sun continues to shine down in Atlanta, and the crowd appreciating what they've seen so far. You can expect a huge reception for the United States when they take to the field in the game after the next one. But England and Simon Middleton have to be happy by that performance. Russia, as we know, capable of an upset, and they have been strong throughout this series so far. That could have been a banana skin for the form team on day 1 yesterday. So our second match in the Cup quarter-finals sees Canada against Fiji. Canada unbeaten yesterday, 3 wins from 3 games played. Fiji lost against both England and Australia in the group of death, but that all counts for nothing on day 2, as we know. Knockout rugby and a place in the semi-finals up for grabs. As you can see, they played 5 times. Canada have won 4, Fiji just the once, and the last time Canada convincing, to say the least, 24-7 in Sao Paulo. So a quick look at the starting teams on both teams, and Chris Cracknell, well, a pretty settled starting 7 now. His strongest 7 for Fiji: Nangato, Vondo, Nagasau, Rebecca Tavu, of course, formerly of Australia, Rongeta the captain, Riwai and Tisolo, and we have Jen Kish, Molesky, Farella, Landry, Lucan and Paquin. So they are the teams, and we're all set to go. And here we go, the quarter-final between Canada and Fiji in the blistering sunshine in Atlanta on day 2. Our second match and a place in the last 4 up for grabs. Jen Kish, the captain for Canada. So much of what they do goes through her, the number 7 in the red jersey. Rongetha, not quite the same stature for Fiji, but equally as effective for Fijiana. And as I mentioned, Canada the upper hand in terms of head-to-heads on these sides, but Fiji on their day are capable of brilliance. Is this their day? That's the big question. Dallin Stanford, former USA Sevens international, is beside me. Is this going to be Fiji day? That's what we want to know.
Well, they showed some brilliant skills on day 1. Such an exciting team to watch. And again, this one will be tighter than a jam jar.
The referee for this one, as you can see, is Jess Baird, her 60th match in the World Rugby 7 Series. And you feel she's going to have her work cut out for her in this one. Fiji will throw the ball from every and any angle. Canada play a little bit more structured game, but it is so effective. They got to the final in Sao Paulo and they lost to Australia in heavy rain, which wouldn't suit them. And here is the first kick-off. This is what Jen Kish is so good at. She just can't get her hands on it, and the chase for this one. Well, there to rescue was Landry, and Canada have it back now, taken by Molesky. And Landry again now, bit of space for Ghislaine Landry here. She's got one to beat on the outside, and she just beat her. The handoff and the flyer in for the first try. It's taken just over 30 seconds, and Canada storm ahead.
That was magic. You can see why she's a top point scorer here in Atlanta. There was no room to move on the outside, just a little show and go. She's got the gas, puts her team ahead. A stunning start for the Canadians.
Ghislaine Landry's 3rd try in Atlanta this weekend, and what a time to do that. It'll settle the team down, it'll put doubts into the mind of Fijiana, and the conversion as well, no mistake. And we have 7 points on the board, all of them going to Ghislaine Landry and Canada. Well, what a start, and the value of the kickoffs, and stretches that lead. Ghislaine Landry over Bianca Farella. Of course, no Harvey for Canada, a couple of players missing, and we wondered how John Tate was going to cope with that. Look at the height. Now, that hasn't gone 10, but the wind held that up more than anything else. But the referee says play on, and Jen Kish close the pass out now. This is an opportunity again for Farella. Farella weighs up the outside, steps back inside, tackle comes in. Well, it was more a barge than a wraparound, but play on again, says Jess Baird. The dummy thrown by Molesky, and 5 metres short Canada, trying to get over for the second in the space of what, 60 seconds. It'll run to the side from Russell, looping pass on the outside. Paquin is well marshalled and well tackled by Rebecca Tavo. She won't give an inch in the defensive line.
Mark here.
Well, maybe she gave too many inches there because she was offside, and Canada get the penalty. It's been all red so far. Fiji have barely touched the ball. What have they got from here? They switch the play back inside for Molesky. 2 outsider. Landry is 1. Tries the handoff again. Successful. Rongeta trying to marshal it. Look at the strength from Landry. That ball is down. Is it a try? It is. Well, look at that. Ghislaine Landry. If the first was about pace and defend, that was all superhuman strength.
That really was. The momentum is with Canada, as you said. They work back to the short side. This is superb. Stretching for the line. You're allowed to place the ball. Brilliant. Second try of the game. Canada are on fire.
You're allowed to stretch for the line like that. No double movement. That was the shoulder charge. I mean, technically speaking, that wasn't how the tackle was supposed to be performed, but it didn't matter because Canada went on and they got their second try. The conversion drops just short, 12 points to nil. Fiji yet to get into this game, and John Tate much the happier of the two coaches so far. 2 tries, perfect start for him. Chris Cracknell, well, he hasn't seen his team get his hands on the ball yet.
No, they haven't touched it with their hands. They've kicked it with their feet, haven't touched with their hands, which is a crazy stat halfway through the first half.
Fijiana want the ball in their hands. That's where they play their best rugby. Again, Canada get up and with the restart, did it go forward? It did. Well, they're going to get a chance here now, but Fiji just look a little bit lost out there at the moment, Alan.
Especially nobody's going up and demanding that high kickoff. It's drifting in the air, and Cracknell will be furious about his troops because they've got great height on them.
The Brad Pitt of the Fiji Women's 7 series.
Crouch. Bind. Yeah.
Good coach as well. Chris Cracknell, former player, of course, as well. And well and truly settled into his time in Fiji. And they want to see them get their hands on this ball now and show what they can do, because we haven't seen them. Rongitha needs a bit of support. There's a lovely offload and a second pass back inside. This is what they do well, keeping the ball alive, any means necessary. Nothing out of bounds as far as Fiji are concerned. Nangato with good strength and they get advantage. Now they come left. Pass on the outside from Vondo. Rebecca Tavo, one-handed Tavo, if you like, and a switch back inside. Beautiful to watch until they do that, and the knock-on eventually bringing an otherwise very good move to an end.
I don't know how they've practiced on the islands in Fiji, but ball in one hand, they make it look so easy. Especially Rongita, every time she has it. Look at the replay here. They had space, but they cut back in. Still being players. Here they maybe just needed to be a bit more secure. And it's that tackle there that spills the ball.
Nangasau just couldn't hang on to that ball. It was into the bread basket. Nothing wrong with the pass, and should be disappointed with that with less than 2 minutes to go. Now the feed from Canada and Molesky to get this out under pressure for Mungeta. And Landry 2 times. She's on a hat-trick, is she? She is on a hat-trick. Will she get it? They won't catch her from there, surely. Ghislaine Landry is going to get 3 inside the first 6 minutes of the first half. Hat-trick secured. And it's all Canada's number 9 at the moment. What a try.
The Canadian flags are flying high. Ghislaine Landry. Watch this movement here. It's the little shuffle sidestep, and then she rounds her opposite number like a park car. Beautiful stuff and speed to go on the outside. This is a delight to watch.
Well, they barely laid a hand on her. And Ghislaine Landry underneath the post. Here is the conversion. She does not miss those. 19 points to nil. Canada in the driving seat, and they've just pressed cruise control. Jen Kish giving chase. This one's going to drop a little bit too far, but again, it's the lack of commitment from Fiji. That should have been taken. And they are going to pay a heavy price because they've lost possession again. You feel another try and it'll be too much no matter what they do in the second half. That was an advantage to Fijiana. The knock-on coming from Russell, I think it was. A little chip and chase here now. Where's this one going to bounce? Nangasau is after it. We hear the hooter for half-time. Next time it goes dead, that'll be the end of the first half. An advantage still being played. Penalty Fiji. Well, a try here would give them something to think about for the second half. There's the tap from Tisolo. Vondo. Little switch. Trying to keep this ball alive. Running out of options and space though. Back inside comes Tisolo. Tackled well by Kish. Manages to keep the ball alive. Nangasau throws an interception, and then Tavo upends her with a cruncher. Hands from Canada. Landry. Surely 4 is too much to ask in the first half. Well, she's decided that's enough. I don't blame her. She has put in a cracking shift. The Canadian number 9. All of Canada's points coming from her. She's got 19. How about that for a first half? Canada 19. Fiji 0.
Here we go. Press. 1, 2, 3. Okay. And so you'll kick because Kelly and Jiz are up.
Yep.
Right? You got the wind at your back.
Okay.
Nothing changes, okay?
Okay.
You got Han out there as a primary, B as a primary.
Yep.
Okay. The great work on attack release, right? We're gonna heads up.
Yeah, John Tate, the happier of the two. Chris Cracknell giving stern instructions for Fiji here.
Keep the ball, we score. Okay? Every time we get the ball, we turn it into a score. Set? Work hard, 7. Subs will come on. Okay? Bex, 2 minutes. Alright? Flat out, 2 minutes. Set, Does? Alright? On Anna.
You know what I love about Chris Cracknell, Dallin? He never loses the cool. He never loses his temper. It's always calm and measured instructions, and it's focusing on the positives. And I think, you know, that's the template of the coach's handbook there.
The players feed off that energy, and you can feel that as well. He will obviously be disappointed about the kickoffs because he is a kickoff expert himself when he donned the English jersey. So if they can clean up that area, keep ball in hand, hopefully they can get a couple of scores on the board.
So the second half about to get underway, and Fiji 19 points down. But as we know, in this game of sevens rugby, 19 points can be overturned very quickly. You don't blame Ghislaine Lanley for taking a bit of a break. Her work is done. Hannah Darling has come in, and we also have Emanuela Jada onto the wing for Canada. The speedster try yesterday, and if she can get ball in her hands, she might cause Fiji some trouble. But it's a Fiji scrum run. Get her to feed. Tavo in the middle, calling instructions.
Fine. Sit.
Well, just a second go with that one. Long looping pass from Riwai. Here is Tavo in a nice short line on trying to get the pass away when it wasn't on because there was 2 Canada defenders closing in. And here they go, chance to counter-attack here. Got to be put down on that ground. Mileski all the way to the halfway line. Good carry from her. Kish looping pass. On the outside was Lucan. Here she is. Jada. Jada going for it. Stretching the legs. Canada's number 11. Jada will not be cut. Try time. Canada. That surely is the winning of this game.
Jada, an impact straight away. She didn't come here for a haircut. And the turnover, just forcing that pass. It's one of the least experienced teams here in the Fijians against one of the most experienced teams in the Canadians. The ball goes to the outside, and as you said, Hugh, just too much gas. And she's over yet again, extending the lead.
Conversion attempt from the corner is left and wide. But 24 points to 0 now. You feel that Fiji's day is done as far as the cup is concerned. Jada pinning her ears back, and look at that. Beautiful running style. Very natural. No way. Well, John Tate, I tell you what, ahead of Langford next week, he wants his team to hit top form. And at the moment, it's exactly what they're doing. Place in the semi-final all but secure, unless Fiji can get something in the next minute. Now would be a good time to start and turn it on. Pass back wasn't great from Sauto. Little show. And the offload from Marawa. And the pass was not good at all. We asked at the start, was this going to be Fiji's day? On the evidence so far, we say an emphatic no. Still trying and still playing though. They want to score. Pick off from Nangato. Strong carry from her. Whistle is gone. Penalty against Canada. In from the wrong side. I think against Jada, who perhaps still learning the technicalities of sevens rugby. And what a hit goes in. Fiji have just been put under pressure when they have it and torn apart when they don't. Again, Canada contesting that ruck. Ball at the back there for Riwai. Crash up the middle comes Marawa. Sauto. This is Nangasao. Back to Nangato.
Shot releasing.
Still trying to retain possession. Cracknell's instructions were, when we have possession, let's turn it into a score. They have a chance here. Beautiful little tap down. Nangasao tries to go on the outside, but Branca Farella read that one. And still on her feet, and a chip and chase. Was that a late tackle? Jess Beard says no, play on. Hands are down by her side, and Canada get a chance to counter here. This is where they've been so effective. One on the outside, the pass wasn't good, and Maleski can only watch and keep it in play. Swallowed up by Nangato. Still on her feet. Good strength, Maleski. Less than 3 to play. Taken up this time by Caljavi. Back inside, nice hands by Canada. Lucan. Caljavi again. And Jada is cleaned out of it. Fiji get the penalty.
Yeah, Fiji have so much skill, it's just the patience is not quite there. Canada are really showing them how to play sevens.
I don't get that. Again, Fiji have been camped in their half, even when they have it, they're losing behind. And this is just a poor performance overall. And Canada are going to go in again. Bianca Farella taking full advantage of complete indecision and chaos in the Fiji team.
That is certainly right, Hugh. They were going backwards when they had the ball with the Fijians. There were no strike runners. And the Canadians, defensive effort of note, coming up and just whacking players backwards. They get the turnover. And then, of course, there's no stopping Farella. Straight up the middle she goes, just stamping her mark in this game.
It has been a dominant performance by Canada. And Fiji just haven't turned up so far today. They'll have to go and reflect on this one, try and get their act together and improve for the second match, but it's going to be Canada going through to the last 4, and John Tate can relax and start concentrating his mind on the next game, because Canada have been impressive. I mean, however we say Fiji haven't turned up, they haven't been allowed to play as well for large parts of this game.
Let's go. Let's go. 5-5.
Restart taken well by Fiji. Mayo Basali, but that's, as I say that, they give away possession and advantage, none coming. Canada will get the scrum inside the last minute now. One last attacking chance to just bury the hatchet into Fiji. 29 points to 0. This has been a rout.
No, it certainly has. You've got to feel for Chris Cracknell, the Brad Pitt as you called him. We're pulling his hair out. He may have Angelina Jolie waiting on the other side, but he is really scratching his face right now. It's tough. It's a tough one to swallow. Still have a couple more games for them to go and then build for next week.
Sit.
Ball at the back. Canada to go again. Lucan with the pass. This is Farella running across the pitch out to Jada now. We've seen already the pace from Jada. This time steps back inside. Couldn't, and no room to go on the outside. Canada keep possession. Caljavi, nice pass, nice hands. All the way out to the Canada number 1, Kayla Mack. And that went forward. So we'll go back for a Fiji scrum. Last play of the match.
Last play it is.
You're right, that's a siren right now. Fijians, if they can get a long range try, would be very good, but they have to keep ball in hand and watch for those little passes that they keep giving and set up their groups of 3 on attack.
Crouch. Watching left.
Miriama Morawa to feed, and one last chance for Fiji to try and salvage some pride here and get a try.
Advantage offside.
I don't get there. Oh, the interception on a plate! Farella, well, it was a penalty against offside.
Offside.
So, sigh of relief, I'm sure, but Fiji will have another go.
Canada, penalty to Fiji.
Don't get that. Little ball up the middle, taken by Nangato. manages to keep it alive. Still there. Nangata once more. Nice interchange, nice hands, trying to free them up and get the offload. She does that. This is better for Fiji, but the wrestle, and look at Kaljavi in there to rip that one. Can't quite get her hands on it. Still there though. They're going to go wide this time. Rongeta with the pass on the outside. This could be a chance here. Naya Basali, 2 tries yesterday. And again, Canada, look at that. Jada takes it off her all too easily. And if this one goes wide, it does. That will be that. Final whistle sounds. And Canada absolutely dominant from the opening whistle. Brilliant performance by Landry. And her teammates did the rest in the second half. Canada through to the semi-finals. They've won convincingly here. 29 points to 0.
So here are the update on the Cup quarterfinals. England dispatched Russia by 19 points to 12 in the opening quarterfinal here of the Atlanta Sevens. Canada, as we've just seen, beat Fiji comprehensively, 29 points to 0. And the next game coming up, the third quarterfinal, the hosts, United States versus Australia. Well, these two teams have played on 9 occasions. USA have won 5, Australia 3. And they've drawn 1. They last met in Sao Paulo back in February when the USA were defeated heavily by 34 points to 0. Well, USA select 2 flying machines in Lauren Doyle and Kristen Thomas wearing the 9 and 11 jerseys. Interestingly enough, Richie Walker, the USA coach, selects Alev Kelter on the bench and perhaps will look to use her influence in the second half. The squad is captained by Julian Potter. Australia, the current series leaders, with a win in Dubai and Sao Paulo, select their strongest lineup. So the teams enter the field here in Atlanta. USA to the left of your picture. The Australians, of course, wearing the canary yellow, or is that deep gold of Australia? And the USA flag flying high, the home support, the crowd have come out. And United States, well, unbeaten on day one, and perhaps the standout performance was yesterday at 12 points to 5 over New Zealand. They really took the game to New Zealand in front of a boisterous crowd. Australia, on the other hand, well, they got off to a losing start against England, but then thumped Colombia 34 points to 0 and dispatched Fiji 22 points to 5 to get themselves into the quarter-final. And our referee in the middle, James Umbulumbu from Fiji, his 46th match on the World Rugby Sevens series.
All right, Captain.
Lana Baravelala kicks off to the far side of the pitch. It hasn't gone 10 metres. That's the dotted line to the left of your picture there. And you can see that USA have to go back behind their 10-metre line. Here's the kick again. It didn't cross that 10 metre, that dotted line to the left of your picture, which means that Australia then will get possession back and will have a tap restart in centre field. Amy Turner for Australia. She taps and goes now. Punctures that defence well. A little bit of a clash of there. Chloe Dalton then down into the towards the USA 22. USA player down injured at the moment in that clash with Chloe Dalton. And Shannon Parry will take the quick cap restart. Charlotte Kaslik has Emily Cherry on the outside overlap. Cherry just shows the dummy and then on to Emma Tenagato. That's her 7th try here in Atlanta. 5 against Colombia. And Tonegato scores against the USA.
7 against 6, and you can see they had the space to burn. The little dummy is what did it initially, and then she touches down another great score. And then the back play, meanwhile, as you said, Dalton took a knock and she will be leaving the field here. In fact, it's for the United States. Get a number there in a second.
So the conversion missed by Australia, but with a man down USA, Emma Tonegato, and unfortunately for the United States of America, Amelia Bitzer, she got injured in the tackle just as Chloe Dalton came across. She just got one in the back of the ribs, purely accidental, as Amy Turner was tackled, and that's what resulted. Well, the result was that USA were 1 down in the defensive alignment and Australia took full advantage of it. So the United States then will attack through Ryan Carlisle. Barry Valala to Gillian Potter. The USA skipper's been so influential within this this team on day one. It's all about whether USA can kind of back it up now. Ryan Carlisle tackled there, loud blast of the whistle. Hands were placed on the deck beyond the ball, and Australia will just settle things down and set their attack structures. Emma Tonegato, well, 7 tries, 5 against Colombia, 1 against Fiji, and now 1 against the USA. Charlotte Caslick, ball in 2 hands. Tonegato, well, is she going to get another try? Beautiful show and go, and round she goes to dot the ball down. Well, she is a try-scoring sensation, this youngster.
Try Australia, number 5.
She's so fun to watch with ball in hand, but that penalty move was excellent. Cutting back to the short side towards us, creating the 2-on-1, perfect pass for Tonegato, 1-on-1. She had the pass on the inside, didn't even need it. Faked, and around she goes for another great score, and it is all Australia right now.
Well, Australia's coach Tim Walsh looks on, and he'll be mighty pleased with the start that they've made to this particular match. Look at this for the conversion. The additional 2 points is good, and Chloe Dalton has the extras for 2 points. And Australia have started superbly well, as you would expect from the series leading team. Now this kick is deep down into the half. I wonder if USA will let that one go, but they decide to attack. Nicole Cleveland into the contact area, but turnover ball for Australia, illegally though. Handling the ball on the deck. So what can USA do? They've been pinned back in their own half. Good switch play here though. And so far, USA have not been able to get the ball into the strike runners of Lauren Doyle and Kristen Thomas. Here's Doyle. She's has an athletics background, held in the tackle there by Shannon Parry. And Australia, well, they've suffocated the United States in this first half.
That's right, their defense, just one-on-one defense has been sterling. Doyle normally can get past the first tackler, and this time she just runs into an absolute brick wall. Parry brings her down to the ground, and they get the scrum feed.
You know, it's interesting, you know, the ball ended up on the deck there, so USA had a chance to play it. So perhaps referee James Umbulumbio will he didn't have the he didn't have the opportunity for us in terms of looking at the pictures. Charlotte Caslick then will feed this scrum. Quirk on the reverse. Here's Emily Cherry with that distinctive head guard. Alicia Quirk goes in to sort of clear ball, but Emily Cherry this time for Australia, penalised for holding on to the ball. And Bara Vilala will just settle things down by just clearing up field a wee bit. USA by no means out of this game. 2 tries can be scored within the matter of seconds. Dallin Stanford
Absolutely right. They're just slowing things down a little bit because they find themselves under pressure near their own goal line. So let's see if they can get some positive go-forward possession here.
Heverland manages to collect up now. Doyle, Thomas. We know about her pace. Can Doyle get round on the wraparound support? Ball fed back. Gillian Potter. Oh, the ball was left behind by Heverland. She has to go back to collect the ball. But the Australian player went down on the American and it was illegal.
Yeah, thank you.
Once again, you can just see the effort that Australia are putting in the defensive chores. Tony Gatto and Shannon Parry go in, but as the tacklers must release the American. Now there's players over here. Kristen Thomas, Barry Valala, not noted for an out-and-out pace. Good defence though from Australia. Can USA finish the half? Kristen Thomas goes up. Super tackle by Emily Cherry for Australia. Now recycle possession. Heverland to Potter. Oh, the knocks are coming, aren't they? This is Heverland. Ball then through Carlisle. Doyle through the dummy. Now Lauren Doyle, can she get one back for the United States? Kaslik chases her down. The hitch kick, but the tackle was brilliant by Kaslik. Kristen Thomas goes in to try and clear. USA spreading the ball wide to this far side. Nicole Heverland bundled. USA 7 metres from the line. Can they go into the corner? Tony Gatto with the tackle on Ryan Carlisle. Well, that's awfully tight, isn't it? Route one here for the United States, but Australia's tackling is immense. Gillian Potter throws the pass. Barry Valala, the little hitch kick. Barry Valala tries to get rid of the ball. Thomas, despite the attention of Charlotte Kaslik. Now here's Doyle. Doyle switches the play. Breathtaking end to the first half from the United States of America. Tremendous defence coming on from Australia, but the penalty conceded will still give the opportunity. It's a yellow card, and Shannon Parry, I think it is, sent to the sin bin, so the power play is on.
This game is turning out to be an absolute thriller, like a movie from an episode of Rocky.
Well, the punches are being thrown by the United States. Can Potter and Kristen Thomas do something here? Doyle on the outside. Doyle leaves the ball. Potter goes back. But it was adjudged a knock-on. USA missed their chance, and it's Australia who go in at half-time. They're 12 points to 0 up. Don't go put the kettle on, folks, because there's going to be some action in the second half.
Attention Screaming Eagles fans, stop by the Screaming Eagles booth on the concourse after the USA match. Meet Rookie Eagle and get your photo taken. Go Eagles!
Well, Dallin Stanford, I'm Scott Hastings, and Dallin Stanford, the former USA Eagles 7-star. What a first half that was.
Oh, it has been action-packed stuff, you're right. USA needed to score at the end there, 7 against 6. Keep that patience going, and it's all about momentum in sevens. If they can start off now and get the ball, they can get right back into this game. And likewise for Australia, if they score the next try, it could be all over.
Let's see if we can listen to what Tim Walsh is saying.
And then we make those rough decisions, right? Get to your feet. As soon as he calls ruck, get out of there. Okay? Yeah. No, call it ruck, just get out. You've been disciplined around it, all right? Okay? On them, when they go into
well, the USA there from Akalani Baravalala, sorry, issuing instructions there.
USA on 3, 1, 2, 3, USA!
Okay, ready. Hey, let's do it, all right? You got this, all right? You got it, right? Great job. And receiving!
The United States have Jessica Javelet on the bench. I wonder if she'll come off in the second half just to add a little bit of bite. And she was the hero yesterday, scored the winning try against the against New Zealand, I should say. That's Ryan Carlisle there. So Ryan Carlisle, who made her debut in Houston in the season 2012-13. This is her third World Rugby event. So Emily Cherry there with the scrum cap.
Ready, go.
Second half then underway of this third Cup quarter-final. Australia lead by 12 points to 0, and a good kick-off by Australia because they've pinned the USA back. USA are going to have to attack from deep.
Yeah, very interesting as well. One of their main players, Kelter, Alev Kelter, is still on the bench. Wonder if she'll come into this or if she's carrying a knock.
Oh, well, the ball's just been into Amy Turner. Cherry will attack. Cherry on the wide outside, and Cherry has sliced through the USA defence.
That is an unforced error initially from the line-out. The wind just carrying the ball away, and Emily Cherry just showed a clean pair of heels on the outside gap. Look at that line-out. Wow, it was about as straight as a corner. And then there she goes, putting on the wheels. Great speed from the wing sensation.
Yeah, and it's worth mentioning that with that line-out throw, there is a strong wind blowing down the pitch, and that took the ball away. Chloe Dalton with the attempted conversion here, and she'll be kicking right into that wind towards those posts. Let's see if she can fare any better than that line-out throw. Nope. So she gets substituted, and Dominique Dutoy.
No, you've got somebody.
Let's see Emily Cherry third in the all-point scoring list, and Ghislaine Landry and Portia Woodman of New Zealand. So again, Australia kicking long, pushing the United States team back into their own 22, so they're having to attack from deep. Kristen Thomas tracked down by Dutoy with a superb tackle. Well, over the top, I think illegally, was Charlotte Kaslik. But play on, says the referee. Emily Cherry up to the halfway line. Australia showing their real class by turning over ball there. As Emma Tonigato to Kaslik. Dutoy's got a bit of gas. Plays on the inside, recycles the possession well. And United States penalised from coming in at the wrong angle.
Yeah, that's right. The United States are running out of support though on their first thing. Thomas got away from her support players. You've got to work in groups of 3 to secure possession, and now Australia can slow things down. They're finally back to 7 players, scoring with 6 earlier.
Okay. Good. I just pulled power and pulled it back in. I tried pulling the viewfinder power and taking it back in. I didn't.
Well, Australia are in total control of this particular tie. There's Emily Cherry, debuted in Dubai. She was an Oz under-20s touch team player.
Substitution wide. Yeah, she's coming off.
And Australia, they just know the game inside out, aren't they? They're in control of the game, and the changes that we expected from this United States team. There's the Jessica Javelet, who scored a winning try against New Zealand at the end of day 1 yesterday, that put the United States into the final. Also in off the bench is Alev Kelter. She enters the action. Kelter, a dynamic runner. Australia drive the line out, but illegally, says referee James Rumbulumbio. So the tap and go then from United States. Megan Bonney has Gillian Potter, the United States skipper. That's the 10-metre line. And once again, it's all about United States having to attack from deep. Now, here's the pace Javelin covered on that far outside channel there by Dominic Dutoit, and the youngster did well to snuff out the counter threat from Javelin. Great defensive effort from the youngster from Australia.
Oh, it certainly was. I'm sure everybody's been watching the highlights of Javelin, the magician, carving it up here, and they forced her to the outside, and that is great defense because the touchline is another extra defender wrapping her up beautifully in the tackle, and then the support players. Cherry was involved there as well. They came flying in, and nothing the USA could do with that. More time on the clock gone.
Well, the United States just haven't quite hit their straps because Australia have dominated the possession. We saw the previous line out go squint kelter, and it's just not happening for this United States team. And you can see the reaction, or hear the reaction, I should say, of the crowd on this near side.
That was like Ernie Els at Augusta, just missing those putts. Frustrating stuff for the United States.
Emily Cherry then attacks. Ball in hand, Amy Turner. Dutoit's on the outside. Dutoit just clever, uses her pace, uses her skill. Oh, what a wonderful try by Dominique Dutoit.
At 18 years of age, she is showing the experience of an absolute veteran here on the World Series. It's a one-on-one on the outside. Beautiful step, and then still had a lot of work to do to get into the corner. She is one to watch for the future.
Just such balance there. She knew she was about to get tackled by Javelin, cut back inside, then went for the corner. And what I liked about it was also the dive as well. And look at the delight from her teammates, Amy Turner and Emily Cherry. One for the future, and certainly is set this particular match alight.
Well, Australia have really turned things around after that first game when they went down, and they're looking very, very powerful here at beautiful Kennesaw State.
Brooke Walker misses the conversion for Australia. Well, it's all been one-way traffic for this Australian side. They've responded well. They're top of the try-scoring records on the series. They won, remember, in Dubai and Sao Paulo. They're into the semi-final. They'll be looking to make it 3, and they've responded well despite that opening defeat by 21 points to 7 on day 1 to England. So Javelin, track bang back to Toy, and Javelin, well, she scored a wonderful try. This is what the United States needed in the first half. They got it in the second half, but it's a consolation, dare I say it, for the United States.
Javelin, a delight to watch with ball in hand, but again coming in late into the second half. You really would have liked to have seen her in those opening 7 minutes. Just pure speed, untouched by both players on the outside. And there hopefully won't be the last in this game of her.
Nicole Heverland with the conversion attempt. Just pulls that one. Well, a glimpse of what could have been for the United States team, and Coach Richie Walker, he'll be disappointed it just hasn't quite clicked for his team on day 2 in knockout rugby here on the third cup quarter-final. But it's been Australia who've dominated their opposition. It's been a good response by the Australians. Julian Potter with an excellent take. Well, despite the fact that USA are so far behind Australia, there's always something to play for in a sevens tie, and the United States showing great spirit here. Potter. Good defence there from Australia as Richelle Stevens took the ball into the contact. This is Catherine Zachary, but Javelin down that flank once again. Javelin tackled there by Brooke Walker. Brooke Walker trying to pull the American into touch. She does that, and that will be the last action of this third cup quarter-final. It's Australia that will go into the semi-final. Final score then, Australia 22, the USA 5.
And that concludes this match.
The final score, Australia 22, USA 5.
So our final cup quarter-final, and just one place left in the semi-finals. France and New Zealand battling it out for the right to make the last four. France very impressive for large parts of yesterday. Canada the only team to beat them. New Zealand not at their best, but as we all know, well capable of turning it on with talent at their disposal. Well, good to see Portia Woodman back and taking her place on the New Zealand's bench. Still no Kelly Brazier. Looks like she's gone for the day. So New Zealand only with the 4 substitutions. Maybe some questionable selection decisions, which I'll come back to in a couple of minutes. France, their strongest 7 on display. So, France against New Zealand, and the last remaining place in the semi-final up for grabs. The telling stat is that France have never beaten New Zealand in 7 attempts. How much is that fact going to come into the minds of the French women as they attempt to do what they have never managed before? Today, it's a beautiful afternoon. That New Zealand starting 7 is a little bit of a surprise.
It is. You say that France have never beaten New Zealand. They'll take one look at the New Zealand team sheet and think, if we're ever going to do it, this is our opportunity. They're under strength already. People like Kayla McAllister out, Kelly Brazier now injured, no Tyler Nathan Wong, no Juliana Manuel, and yet Katerina Fata-Simpkins still on the bench. So it's a young, relatively inexperienced New Zealand team. A huge job for Sarah Goss, their captain, to pull the team together.
Well, 2 of the most experienced on the circuit, Sarah Goss and Fanny Orta, the captains going head-to-head. France looking to end a run of 7 consecutive defeats to New Zealand. Is this their day? Well, I tell you what, if omens are anything to go by, that could be one. The knock on straight for the kickoff, and the pass on the outside to Thomas. Still on her feet, the big, strong French winger. Ball there to use for France. Orta, the captain.
There we go!
New Zealand counter-ruck. Where's that? It's come back in the French side. This is Grassino. One-handed pass taken by Lepesque into contact, and 2 to bring her down. Again, New Zealand ferociously going into contact. Maya, well, she is a ferocious hitter all on her own. Nearly swung the arm there, and France get the penalty. Perhaps Maya a little bit fortunate.
Yeah, New Zealand really scrapping at the breakdown. France just needed to move that ball into space there because the defence had swarmed round the breakdown. But another chance for France.
2 steps back from Biscara. Options both sides here. She's going to go to the right, and this is Lepesque. Nice feed from the captain Orta, trying to get the pass away. Thought better of it. The right option to go to ground there. Biscara once more. Not a good one to Maya. Picked it up off the deck though, and again she has been marshalled. Maybe a target on her back after yesterday's heavy hitting performances, particularly against Ireland. Turnover ball, New Zealand, chance to counter. One wide, Thomas has to make this hit. Here is Goss, the captain. Goss cuts back inside. They can't stop her once. Can they do it a second time? 3 to bring her down. A swarm of French on the New Zealand captain, and she wins the penalty. They went off their feet. No time wasted with the tap and go. A chance to stretch the legs. Winiata, the pass back inside, only as far as Blythe. And again, Lepesque to contest at the ruck. What a start.
Breathless, isn't it? Both teams probably not making the most of opportunities they've got, but both teams really fighting hard at the breakdown to stop the opposition getting good ball.
I'm interested in the psychology of France in this one, because New Zealand have been the dominant force along with Australia over the last couple of years, but France are coming of age, you could say. They have some experience in the ranks, but a couple of younger players coming through, and if they can win today, they might just say, you know what, New Zealand, this is our time now.
That's right. I think when there's a bit of a psychological block, as a coach you need to use something, and David Cortec can say, look, this is a completely different New Zealand team than the ones you've been playing in the past. Today could be your day. Can't write New Zealand off though, ever.
Absolutely not. And Tane on the bench, Woodman on the bench, Fata-Simpkins on the bench. Don't need to tell you what they can do. New Zealand in the midfield and taken up by Tui, trying to burst through the gap. Thomas tries to put an illegal hand in. There's the penalty to New Zealand. And Thomas, I think, the guilty party on that occasion, wasting no time, and off they go. Quick tackle and hit there on Fitzpatrick. not rolling away, and this is discipline now, a problem for France. Was that even tapped? Play on, says the referee. Gospel on the outside, little step, oh, lovely stuff! New Zealand are in. Waka is going to touchdown for the first try of the game.
A lovely finish in the end, wasn't it from Waka? New Zealand managed to get a bit of possession together, the first ever try for her in her 7th career. Lovely moment, but it's discipline at the breakdown that lets down France. Move the ball into space. Waka just one little step off the left foot, and she's in. Not the start that France wanted, but exactly the start that this New Zealand side needed.
Good strike as well for the conversion. 7 points to 0. France with the pressure in the opening minute and a half, but Waka taking advantage, spotting the mismatch and stepping in. Watch this, the step off the left, and Toma can't put her down. Thank you very much. Try time.
It's interesting, Hugh, we've talked about the New Zealand selection. Some interesting selections from France too. Caroline Ladanu on the bench, one of their most experienced players and best finishers. Fourcade, who scored 3 tries yesterday, their top try scorer, also on the bench. So plenty of firepower on the bench for France.
Seems to be the theme of the day. I mean, we saw Kelter as well having to make do. Javelet, the speedster, they changed the game when they came on from USA yesterday, and you just wonder, was that the right decision?
Indeed.
Mayan kept her eye on that one, and she had to space on the blind side, and she spotted it. Chance now for Lepesque to set something up for the French with 2:20 left on the clock at the end of the first half, where they give away the penalty. I love to see the penalty count. That must be at least 5 from France that they've conceded, and that is not good enough. If you give New Zealand possession like that, you'll be punished. Ball on the outside, Tui waiting for it. A hand there from France, and then a crucial interception for Guérin, but it was penalty advantage being played to New Zealand. We're going to see a card. We're going to see a card, and Thomas. No, it's not Thomas. It's Mayan, I think, is it? It's going to go off? No. Well, I thought originally that Thomas.
I think
was
it's
the guilty
Guérin
player.
coming
It's
on.
Guérin who's
France feeling a bit hard done by at the breakdown. They felt that turn over the other side of the pitch. Sarah Goss was not supporting her own body weight. Fanny Orta very unhappy about that decision, and now the yellow card as well. So France will be fuming. They need to use that energy and turn it against New Zealand.
down to 6 players, France, and New Zealand with a line out in a lethal attacking position.
Yeah, you have to think all you've got to do here, secure good possession, move it out into the hands of Ruby Tui on the wing. Job done.
Ball off the top to use Tui, the player calling for it. Will she even get it? Because France have to make the tackle in midfield. Mayan doesn't miss many, and she did it on that occasion. Tui comes in to do the hard work, swallowed up by the French defenders. Down to 6, don't forget, and this is where New Zealand could make them pay. 2 on the left, little step and show there from Williams. The pass is beautiful, the offload. Blythe is going to score, but Williams, like her older brother, beautiful hands, puts Blythe in the corner.
Yeah, you're always up against it, 6 on 7, that close to the try line. You just have to gamble and rush up as fast as you can in defence. Noah Williams sucks the 2 defenders in by going into contact. Probably a bit more discipline from France. They needed to just commit 1 player to that tackle. It leaves the player free on the outside, so New Zealand 2 tries up. France really not in this game at all yet. Not the France team that we saw yesterday, but clinical stuff from New Zealand.
Well, yesterday New Zealand were patchy at best, you have to say. They kind of limped into these quarterfinals, but look at this offload here. Sonny Bill, no, Niall, look at that.
Yeah, Rose Thomas needed to stay outside on Michaela Blythe there. 2 tacklers on 1 player means that there's nobody on Michaela Blythe out wide.
Restart, little dink, comes straight into French hands, and again, don't forget they're still down to 6 players as things stand. Lepesque with a switch off her left foot and change direction, but France need to settle things down now and maybe just see out the half-time whistle. Chloe Pella's into the fray. Here's Mayan. There's a bit of a gap here now. Goss has got to stay wide here and trust that her teammate will make the tackle, and that's exactly what Blythe managed to do. Turnover ball, brilliant. Blythe, try score, needs a bit of help. Stuffed from Mayan. Williams, ball over the head of her teammate Teresa Fitzpatrick, still there. for New Zealand to use. Tane also on. Fitzpatrick to Williams, little step and show. Needs help to try and get this away. There's the offload again from Williams. It's a family trait. And the try for New Zealand. Touchdown. Fata Simpkins only just onto the pitch. And that is clinical from New Zealand.
Great work from New Zealand, wasn't it? Great work. Fata Simpkins on the pitch, making an impact. It's the breakdown that's letting France down at the moment. New Zealand keep turning the ball over. France need to listen to the referee, understand what it is that she wants from them at the breakdown, because at the moment it's one-way traffic because France cannot get their hands on the ball.
Well, that's it for the first half. New Zealand in control. 19 points to nil. It's a long way back for France.
Girls, we asked for the same. Cash, we asked for hearts on fire, eh? Passion on fire. Hands up here. Hey, Nigel, awesome for you to bin that, eh? Outstanding to play, but our work off the ball is something special, Minnie. Fitzy, Ray, Ossie, our work off the ball is unbelievable. Come in, okay? So it's the same game plan. They are going to chase it. We stay connected. We stay connected in defence. We keep on coming forward. We be smart at ruck time. Take the meter a lot of the time, but if the ball's there like you're doing, that's your opportunity. Just like that offload. If we work in threes, we can play the game we want to play. Okay? Our kick-off, Cat. Our kick-off. 2 or a 5. I would put it on this side, Gossie, on this side because of the wind. It's going to hold up, so you have to hit it a little bit harder, okay? But I'd look for a 2, okay? Is that all good? Sweet?
Yeah.
Cool. Whatever.
How easy is it to play when you know what every single person is doing? It's so much easier. So when you communicate, like we just walk over like it's nothing. Hey, keep talking. Mean girls. Clear heads because it's fucking working. Alright, just breathe. Let's go. Sisters on 3, 1, 2, 3. Sisters! Let's go, girls. Got it. Let's go, sis. 5. Yeah. Right, left or right?
So second half just about to get underway, and it's France who trail by 19 points to nil. New Zealand coach Sean Horan there saying he wants his team to work in threes, and I suppose just finish this one out. France might have something to say about that, but it's a long way back.
It's a long way back. New Zealand showed, though, you can score 3 tries and a half in sevens. We know France have the firepower, but they have to get themselves together, win the breakdown, and then move the ball into the hands of their pacey players out wide.
France back to the full complement of 7. And first touch for Fanny Orta. Captain, isolated a little bit, needs help now. At the breakdown, gets it from Chloe Pell. Mia gets a shove in the back for efforts as Biscarat digs one out off the ground. Look at the pressure from New Zealand. That's something we didn't see yesterday, and it could be offside.
Yeah, New Zealand always push that offside line. They like to get up really hard in defence. Sometimes it doesn't work in their favour. You just get an inch or 2 offside.
Mia takes the pass from Biscarat. Well, that was a kick and maybe a shot to nothing here to spot the speedster Guerin out wide. Fata Simpkins back there, needs to deal with this, does deal with it, straight into contact. But that was important because France were breathing down her neck and they get the penalty. But we were wondering maybe that the penalty count against France slightly uneven in the first half. Look at that! Bounce off me! And the try for France from Chloe Pell. Brilliant stuff, individual magic, and that could be the spark for a revival.
Exactly what France needed. Chloe Pell, Route 1 stuff. Here she goes, boom, sit down. I'm going over the try line. Sometimes Route 1 is exactly what's needed. France needed something special. They got it from Chloe Pell, back in the game.
Well, a bit of magic from one of the more experienced on the bench. That was exactly what they needed. No problems with the conversion. 19-7. Nervous New Zealand. Oh. Little juggle. Williams, who the catalyst for 2 of the 3 tries that New Zealand scored in the first half. France now trying to get in to get the penalty. Chance to have a go. There's a massive overlap right here. They got to go. Oh, the pass. Checked and run. Orta in close. Biscarat to tidy up. New Zealand again putting pressure on. Pell. Switch tack and they come right this time. Any room out here that might be up the middle. Any chance of an offload? New Zealand in, surely from the wrong side. Referee agrees, thankfully. And a pick and go again. France, the Pesque pass doesn't go to plan. The counter ruck that was good, and France still have this. New Zealand got to be careful, stay onside. Another penalty. They might see a card now. Surely that's 3 in a space of 30 seconds for New Zealand. France going left. And the offload again is a 2-on-1 into the corner. Chance here, surely. Tackle must be made. Pell. Upended. Keeping possession though. And France still have it. What a second half we've had. Mayan chopped down around the legs. This one, did it go forward? It looked like it did. I would question why there wasn't a card there, Sude.
Yeah, New Zealand have got away with it a little bit, haven't they? So many penalties in a row. After France got the card in the first half, they'll feel aggrieved that there wasn't one in return there. But either way, brilliant defence from New Zealand. You have to blitz up when you're that close to your line, and that's exactly what they did. France had a couple of overlaps, couldn't make the most of them because the defence was right up in their faces.
Portia Woodman still has the full tracksuit on, so doesn't look she's getting ready to come in anytime soon. I think if it stays like this, New Zealand might keep her for the semi-final if there's any kind of doubt about that injury she picked up yesterday. But Fata Simpkins is in, feeds it, and there's the ball for New Zealand to try and use. Williams there with the pass, nice one as well, trying to break inside the 22. Look at the pace, turns on the gas, and a step back from Tane. She couple of tries yesterday. Sheree Tane, she's got to go all the way. Tane for the corner. Oh, what a tackle! Oh my word! How did she get there? Tane just short, and New Zealand get the penalty. Not releasing the tackler. They're going to go left here. Can they finish it off? It nearly deserves one. Fata Simpkins, little step from her, needs help. Goss for the corner. Can she finish it? Yes, she can. New Zealand. Well, what about that? Brilliant try.
Great try at the end from Sarah Goss. You've got to make a mention of Camille Gracineau from France, the heart of the defence of the cover tackle. In the end, a little offload to Sarah Goss for the try. But I thought for all money, Tane was in, but Gracineau tracks her the full length of the pitch. Brilliant, brilliant tackle. Doesn't let go. That's where the penalty came from, but goodness me, what a tackle that was. And Sarah Goss, the inspirational captain of this team, on the end of that one.
Bit of a catch-22 there, wasn't it? I mean, the run from Tane deserved a try, but the tackle equally deserved to hold them out, so maybe a little bit of fortune for New Zealand there. But Sean Horn happy enough by what he's seen. 2 minutes to go. You feel it's too far back now?
Too far back for France now. It's been impressive from New Zealand, but I have to say it's been disappointing from France. The France we saw yesterday played far better rugby than this. They've looked disjointed and disorganised. They haven't competed well at the breakdown, certainly not in the first half. They've not kept their heads, they've not kept their composure when they needed it.
Well, I tell you what, if Sheree Tane, if that is a serious injury, I mean, New Zealand are depleted in terms of reserves because they're only down to 4 substitutes as things stand. I mean, Portia Woodman, you feel, isn't 100%, otherwise she would be starting. Will that have an effect as we go on through the tournament in the semi-finals? There's the slap back from France, knock on from New Zealand, scrum to the French.
Yeah, New Zealand already missing Kelly Brazier. Portia Woodman must have a knock, the fact that she hasn't taken the field at all in this game and has the full tracksuit on. She is listed on the team sheet though, so you wonder whether she might have been risk in a tighter situation. Sheree Tane still struggling on the other side of the pitch. There she is, Portia Woodman. So frustrating, you just want to be on the pitch in these situations.
Well, Tane still down on the far end of the pitch there receiving treatment. It doesn't look great, but hopefully she's okay. We'll probably find out more as the day progresses, but we've 90 seconds to play here and France need a score. They need 3 of them.
Both. Wait for the ball and wait for the ball. Yes?
And this isn't helping their cause, wasting time,
Crouch.
resetting scrums.
Bind. Set.
Now, chance to break. Guerin, the pass, slap back.
Forward in the tackle.
Is that a deliberate knock-on? No, referee says just a scrum.
Talking about injuries, if I'm not mistaken, we've not seen anything of Caroline Ladanu in this game either. Looking down on the bench, it looks like she's still got a pink shirt on. Hasn't had a chance to get the tracksuit off.
Wait.
It's tough, these sevens tournaments take a toll on the body.
They sure do, as you well know. They will switch in the middle there. France still full of invention and running the pass, though. That is just inaccuracy that has blotted their quarter-final appearance here against New Zealand, and it has cost them.
Epitomises the French performance in this quarter-final, doesn't it? The lack of accuracy there, passing the ball straight off the pitch. It's all played into New Zealand's hands.
There is the final hooter. That is enough for New Zealand. Well, the 19-point gap at half-time, too much for France to bridge. Had to play with 6 players as well for the majority of the end of the second half. New Zealand comfortable. They're into the semi-final by 24 points to 7.
So we now move on to the bowl semi-finals. These matches are for the teams that finished last or second last within the pool system. So it's Japan versus Colombia, Spain versus Ireland. Spain versus Ireland looking for the first win. But first out is Japan versus Colombia. Well, Japan finished off strongly on day one by beating Spain by 15 points to 7. Chisato Yoko, wearing that number 8 jersey, she's shone on that side. And then Norika Taniguchi got 2 tries, and Taniguchi will start this particular match on the bench. Well, for Colombia, still very much in search of their first win. But one of their standout players is wearing that number 3 jersey, Alejandra Betancourt. Keep an eye out for her.
Please welcome to the field Japan and Colombia.
So the first bowl semi-final sees Colombia take the pitch against Japan. And look at the Japan team. They come out and they then practice their tackling against each other. Watch this. What a way to start a game. Out they come. A couple of tackles in. And that just gets us ready. Meanwhile, Colombia in the middle. Colombia well pumped up there. And our referee in the middle, Jessica Beard from New Zealand. So there's the whistle then, the start of the first bowl semi-final. Japan playing in the white jerseys up against Colombia. Japan with 1 win to their credit, and Colombia searching for their first win of the tournament. They're making their debut on the Sevens World Series. So Japan switching play here. Yoko, we identified her. Yoko spills the ball there. She's wearing that scrum cap. And Colombia with turnover ball, then attack from deep. Ana Ramirez spills the ball. So scrappy old start, but an advantage being played. Jessica Beard will indicate the penalty there on that 10-metre line. Alongside me, Scott Hastings, is Sue Day, former England 15s and 7s player. And Sue, well, Colombia, they've qualified for the Olympic Games. Could this be their moment to try and get their first victory of the weekend?
It could be. Based on yesterday, Japan certainly will be favourites. It's been a steep old learning curve for this Colombian team, that's for sure.
So Colombia searching for the ball at the bottom of that ruck. Camila Lopera, who scored their only try against Fiji and converted it. But look at the Japanese coming up in defence, forced the error there. So that's a knock-on, and Japan will look to counter-attack from this play. Breaking away is their captain, Chichiro Nakamura. Did she drop the ball there? She dotted down. No, says Jessica Beer. Opening try then from Japan from Chichiro Nakamura.
Yeah, critical player for France. Nakamura scores the tries, drops the conversions. A lovely little show and go for this try, just fooled the defence. It's been scrappy till now, but here it goes. It's from turnover ball, so there's the knock-on. They turn it over, and she just feints as if she's going to pass outside. The defence falls off her, and she powers through. Just about got the touchdown. Ball in two hands when you touch the ball down, Scott.
Thankfully, I don't play anymore, Sue. But you're right, such a feature of the game. It's so important that the basic skills are executed.
Yeah, it's right. And that's exactly what Colombia need now, the basic skills to get the ball into the open spaces.
I do believe, Sue Day, that was a commentator's curse there as Catherine Medina took the ball, but it's something that Colombia are going to have to get used to, because the pressure intensity of international seven-a-side rugby is such that you need that full concentration. Watch the lineup here for Japan behind the back of the scrum. This is very, very unique. Two players behind each other. There's a wraparound movement here. Hand off the captain there, goes in Nakamura to recycle the ball for Japan. Yoko into Kuwai with the little step. Yoko goes in to try and collect the ball. Good play here by the Japanese team, recycling the possession well. Wraparound play is good though from Yamaguchi. Ball on that far side, but I think a hint of a knock on there from Tomita wearing that scrum cap. Yes, it was, but an opportunity butchered by the Japanese.
You took the words out of my mouth there. All they had to do was simply move the ball through the hands into the wide open spaces. They got too flat out wide, they ran sideways too much and butchered one golden opportunity.
So do you reckon that the coach for Japan, Kiko Asami, should be saying to his players, let the ball do the work?
Some cliches are cliches because they're true.
Here's Kiko Asami. Japan, well, they're on 5 points, currently lying in the 11th position and off the bench, wearing the number 3 jersey. Ai Nakamura plays for the Rakus Queens Kumiyaga Cup. The 22-year-old making her debut here in Atlanta. So great experience for these young ladies, travelling the globe, playing this wonderful sport of seven-a-side rugby. So feeding the scrum for Colombia, Camila Lopera, 20-year-old student. Try and conversion, as I mentioned earlier on, against Fiji in their opening game. Such delight for Colombia when they scored that opening try. But unfortunately conceding 41 points to Fiji. They've conceded 34 without response to Australia, and England hammered even more points against that Colombian side, 45 points to 0.
And we say it a lot, another cliche, it's much, much harder when you're defending than it is in attack in sevens, and so this team will be pretty tired from all that defending yesterday.
Well, the footballing skills from Solange Delgado, but a penalty, a quick tap and go. Surely Japan will score from here, but the tap restart wasn't taken from the right place, so Jessica Beer quite rightly asks the play to be set again. Up comes the Japanese captain, Chichiro Nakamura. Little tap and go. Good tackle comes in from Colombia's Betancourt. Alejandro Betancourt, and then Anna Ramirez, wearing that distinctive pink tap, has just held up the Japanese player over the line. Is that a try being scored? No, it's 5-yard scrum, so good defence there from Colombia.
Yeah, Route 1 stuff from Japan. There's the distinctive tap where one player taps, the other player picks, but then it was pretty Route 1, just try and barge over the try line, but Colombia get bodies beneath the ball.
I must say, I quite like the Colombian strip, Sue, isn't it? It's very colourful. Don't adjust your volumes on your colour channel there. It's Japanese are on the attack. Well, it was a flat pass. Colombia good with the defence again, but can Japan sneak down that blind side? They're over in the corner, and the try scorer on this occasion is Makiko Tomita.
It wasn't the most beautiful sevens in the world, but it was effective. Route 1 again from Japan.
Oh, my apologies, it's Ano Kuwai.
Yeah, that was a very flat pass, wasn't she? She almost overran it, just managed to grab hold, and in the end, Kuwai takes out 3 Colombian defenders, barging her way over the line.
Yeah, Ano Kuwai, my apologies. There is Tomita, also distinctive with the look. Well, there's the half-time hooter. 2 tries to the good for Japan, 1 conversion, and they're 12-0 up in the lead. Kick downfield by Colombia, it's knocked on, so advantage is with Japan. Ball's just kicked out, so that will bring down the first half of this first bowl semi-final here in Atlanta. Half-time score then sees Japan go in at half-time, 12-0 up over Colombia.
Across their borders, this is the power of the brave. The more the world keeps on trading, the better it's going to get for everyone, everywhere. That's why we're going today, tomorrow, and the day after.
So the second half here in the bowl semi-final between Japan and Colombia. Japan leading at the half-time mark by 12-0 over Colombia. So the kick-off restart collected by Japan now. Can they set up on the set counter-attack? Playing scrum half there was Ayaka Suzuki. Japan moving the ball out through their captain Nakamura. Strong running from Japan now. That's them up over the half line. Plenty of lines. There's the tackling coming in from the Colombians. We've seen how effective they are in the defensive duties. Played well in that first half. Wraparound play by the Japanese as Yamanaka makes the pass. This is their forward, Aya Nakamura. The ball spilled, and the ball indeed out. So a good attack by Japan. Interesting enough, Sude, in the game against Spain that Japan won by 15 points to 7, they actually attacked Spain down these short, close channels and tried to force their way. They didn't play a wide, expansive game.
Now they seem to play one thing or the other. They have the whole team attacking narrow and then occasionally spread everybody out wide. It's not a combination of the two. I thought they were doing a pretty good impression of Fiji just there with all the offloads, but it didn't quite come off.
Delgado then will throw the ball in at the line out. But Japan have intercepted the ball. Was that a knock-on? No, it went back. So good handling on that far side. Just a show on the ball of Taniguchi. Well, we thought she would come off the bench in the second half, and Taniguchi, one of their strike runners, playing very well. Now Japan, route number 1 for them. Good handling from them. Now that's the 22-metre line, so they're up and over, recycling the possession here. Good inside pass, but picked up. Here's the chance here for Colombia. The breakout up to the halfway line goes Delgado. Delgado in the tackle, caught by the Japanese, but holds onto the ball. And look at the way Japan now counter-attack straight away through Nakamura. Well, it looked like that there's a knock-on there from Yamanaka. The captain Nakamura. Nakamura, will she go the distance? She needs some support. She gets that ball back in. And an excellent try here from Japan. All their efforts are rewarded there. Maki Takano.
I said just now they've been doing a bit of an impression of Fiji. Watch this offload coming up. She gets caught, then the offload out the back. Lovely. Really simple, effective sevens. A thing of beauty.
And the additional conversion is good from Mio Yamanaka. So Maki Takano with an excellent try for the Japanese side. So this will give them plenty of confidence. It looks as though they'll be going into the final. Look at that little switch pass that Sude was mentioning. Good backing up there, wasn't it, from Maki Takano. Takano from the Nihon Taiku University. The 20-year-old scoring with her second try of the weekend. So the drop kick restart by Mio Yamanaka. Oh, that was brilliantly taken by Sharon Acevedo. Sharon Acevedo breaking down towards the 22. Now, can Colombia finish off some of this promise that they've shown in this particular game? Well, the knock-on, but the penalty opportunity. Japan were penalised for not releasing the player on the ground. Well, that's got a little bit tight there as Alejandra Betancourt goes down. Ball held by Nicole Acevedo. Nicole and Sharon, sisters on this Colombian team. What an honour it is to play with a sibling in the same team. Well, it's route number 1, isn't it, for Betancourt? And, well, it's just Colombia getting all a little bit bunched up. They're panicking a wee bit within that try-scoring zone. You could throw a blanket over them. Now opportunity on that outside if they can get the ball to the left. Well, that's a butchered chance there from Sharon Acevedo. That ball should have been ruled. Betancourt, 2 yards to go. Try time, Colombia! Brilliant try by Sharon Acevedo.
They made it. It's not sevens as we know it. Laura Gonzalez, first try at Atlanta this weekend, makes it over the try line. As you say, Scott, they're about the whole team, defence and attack, within about 10 metres. In the end, she bundles over the try line. Pick and go, pick and go, pick and go.
Yeah, my apologies there for Laura Gonzalez there, the veterinary student. Gets the try on debut for Colombia, and sheer delight for Colombia, and their resilience that they've shown over the weekend has to be admired.
Yeah, I said earlier on, it's so tough when you're defending, and so to be on the second day, a minute and a half away from the end of the game, and to have the heart and the spirit to be hitting back and scoring, brilliant for them. It's such a big ask to jump into the middle of the World Series as they've done.
So the Japanese have to go back on that ball. Mio Yamanaka. Breakout from Japan, but another mistake that's crept in from their counter-attack there.
Japan just tend to get a bit flat, don't they, when they've got really good opportunities, and so it really puts the pressure on the player receiving the ball, because they end up getting a bullet pass. They just need to come from a bit more depth, and you don't need quite such the accuracy pass. You can pick the ball up out of the air on the way past, but they just get a little bit overexcited. They need to keep their patience.
So the scrum going down. Ball then felled by the try scorer Laura Gonzalez. Japan, well, you can just see they're just out muscling the Colombians, and Japan will just see out the next 15 seconds of this game. Well, all they had to do was keep possession, but this gives the opportunity for Colombia one last chance. So there's the final hooter. So Delgado will throw the ball into the line out. Delgado. Well, there's a knock on there from Colombia. That will be the last action of this first bowl semi-final. Wonder if Jessica Beard will just blow her whistle. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. So that brings down the action of the first bowl semi-final. So Japan have won this one by 19 points to 7 over Colombia. So Japan will progress into the final. For Colombia, well, it's all about a learning curve from them as they head towards Rio.
So our second bowl semi-final and the second meeting between Spain and Ireland in as many tournaments. Sao Paulo went the way of the Spanish by 19 points to 0, and Ireland, who have beaten Spain before, looking for their first win in Atlanta this weekend. Well, it was the last place playoff in Sao Paulo between these two teams, and I'm sure both have aspirations to try and win this bowl. Ireland have lost Ashley Baxter, though, to injury. She cannot play today, so down to 4 substitutes, as you can see. Other than that, Ali Miller, probably the notable absentee from their starting 7. Spain, as you were for the majority of games yesterday. Martinez, the captain. Echevarria comes in. The likes of Del Pan and Bueso, plenty of experience as well. So it is our second bowl semi-final, and it is Ireland against Spain. I wonder how many lessons the Irish learned after that defeat in Sao Paulo, where they failed to register a single try. 19 points Spain put on them on that day, and after a bruising pool yesterday for Ireland, where they had to suck up a lot of heavy hits throughout the afternoon, you wonder how much that physical toll has taken out of them. Dallin Stanford is beside me, former US Sevens international, and Ireland, I suppose that physical toll that I've just mentioned, it'd be interesting to see how they adapt to Spain today, who are very aggressive.
Oh, it certainly will. These tournaments are built on game upon game upon game. Day 2 is the toughest mentally and physically, and of course, as you mentioned, there are highlights on World Rugby's page going galore. Some huge hits on these players, but they're up and ready to rumble today.
Sarah Cox in the middle to referee this one. The wind continues to blow. It's not going to have any impact on what is a running game of sevens rugby. And the beautiful sunshine continues to come down. I'm pleased to say, and the crowd have stuck around as well. So Ireland looking for their first victory. Spain, well, they won't be happy with their performances yesterday as well, but it'll be interesting to see which side comes out on top today. Spain, don't forget, 10th overall in the series coming into Atlanta, and they'll be looking for a positive result. Lovely run as well to start things off. Delpan. Garcia to Echevarria. Swallowed up with the tackle. Murphy Crowe has to slip down around the ankles to bring it down. Good upper body strength from Echevarria. And this is Bueso in the red scrum cap. Nicely slipped on there to Bravo. And Delpan. Ireland having to make some early tackles. Slipped off a few yesterday against France in the first half. That was an undoing against the French, and that kind of theme continued yesterday. So I'm sure Anthony Eddy focused on the tackling yesterday after play finished up. Echevarria has to step back inside. Slips by Murphy Crowe. Still there for Martinez, getting the hands free. The pass wasn't good, but it came back. Did it go forward? No, says Sarah Cox. So play on. And Bravo has to hit the deck. Options both sides. She's given away the penalty. Ireland contest, taken by Flood. And Mulhall opts to go where the numbers are. Sene Nauper. Now she had plenty of pace. The pass flat, but that was not good. And Ireland a little bit lucky there, but that wasn't adjudged to have gone forward. Nauper once more to Mulhall. Looks for the switch. Back this side. Williams. Well tackled and marshalled by Bravo. Pick off the deck. Again, in contesting there was Bravo, and not releasing on the ground. That was the wrong option, you feel, Dallin?
It certainly was. There were numbers on the left-hand side. She just went up the middle and got isolated, which you cannot do in sevens. And after all that hard work, it's Spain who come back with possession.
Running straight into contact like that, getting yourself isolated. Spain will eat that up all day long. They are experienced on this circuit, and they know how to play this game, albeit the performances yesterday mightn't suggest that they're at their best at the moment. But still with possession, passing behind from Bravo. Garcia, a little step off her right, trying to go through the tackle, and she's put on her back by Sene Nauper. Made it tough stuff, I can tell you. Spain come, was that forward for Echevarria? Flat at best, and off she goes, the Spanish number 7. Williams and Nauper combining to put her on the ground. Ireland contest again through Flood, but Spain get possession. Garcia's 2 outsider. Ireland have to drift across here. Audrey O'Flynn on the outside, leaves the tackle for Mulhall, who doesn't make it, and on they come through Bueso in that red scum cap. Off the deck. Nice pass to Bravo. Any gap in the middle there. Nauper has to close it. Can't put her down. Spain being patient, and they've got advantage as well. 2 on the left here. Bueso, Echevarria into the corner. Trying to slip the tackle. Back inside. Bueso! She's down, and it is a try. Taking 3 minutes. But Spain, for all their dominance and all their possession, finally get just reward.
And they certainly deserved it. Bueso was involved several times in those movements. They kept possession, moving side to side. Their width was impressive. And in the end, they just ran through a couple of missed tackles here. This offload is what did it, and the following up on the inside, despite 2 tacklers getting the first score of this game. But speaking about the Spanish, they lifted their game yesterday against New Zealand and had a very, very tight game against them. So they're showing their skills back here today.
Absolutely spot on. And they really gave New Zealand a tough old 14 minutes as Garcia attempts to add the extras. Way right and wide, so 3.5 minutes, and Ireland, well, that all, if you think back to that possession that they squandered running straight into contact, Spain to turn the ball over, and the result 2 minutes later was a try. Maybe just a lesson there in Ireland. Keep composure, keep it away from the contact area, because that's where Spain are strong.
That's right, and it comes back to experience. You need to play at this level consistently to know what to do in those situations.
Garcia restarts. Underneath that is Audrey O'Flynn. Over the 10-metre line. Good carry by Ireland's former hockey international. There for Flood. And she finds Williams. Nice pass, and an inviting pass from Mulhall to run onto. That's what Ireland want. Little switch in the middle. Murphy Crowe takes it and keeps the ball alive. This time, Stacey Flood to Nauper. Is a 2-on-1 on the outside here. Flood coming back into the extra line of support. Good strength from Audrey O'Flynn. Nice hands, and a carry towards that Spanish 22. Naupu lost it in the contact, but was that illegal? It was. And a quick tap and go from Flood, wasting no time. If she puts the head down here, she might go in. Pass to Williams, 2 outside. They're queuing up here. It has to be Murphy Crowe, and it is Murphy Crowe. Ireland have a try, and they level things up, and the crowd appreciate the effort.
Well, so too does my fellow commentator here. That really was Irish rugby at its best. They built the phases, they spotted the space out wide, and as you said, the numbers were queuing up on the outside. Murphy Crowe dotted this one down, but there were plenty numbers there. Much better stuff here from this Irish team.
Back foot.
So Ireland have a try, and Amy Lee Murphy Crowe conversion unsuccessful, so we are tied at 5 points each. We've got 90 seconds left to play, and that'll boost the confidence for this team. Mulhall at the heart of that, as always, the captain, and she's going to restart here. Naupu on that far side, so let's see what the Irish captain from County Wicklow, the Garden of Ireland, can do with this restart. Hangs it high, and that one inviting for her teammates, but it went forward off an Irish jersey, so advantage being played to Spain. None coming. We'll go back for the scrum, and they get a chance inside their own half.
And of course, Dublin, the beautiful city, they will be hosting the Repechage clash there on June 25th and 26th. They will definitely need some confidence going into that. And of course, that's the great thing about day 2. You might have lost out to some of the top 4 sides, but there's plenty of rugby to play.
But I tell you, we're a proud bunch from the Emerald Isle, and they'll want to get their performance levels right for Dublin inside their home ground, in front of their home crowd. And all these performances, if they can learn and build on them, they might just time their run to perfection. It'll be a tough qualifying tournament, though, I can tell you. The quality, including Spain, will be there. They get the penalty, and Ireland's discipline letting them down. 15 seconds to play at the end of the first half. Spain are going to have one more throw of the dice to try and get their noses in front before the break.
Let's go. Let's go.
Spain looking for Bresso there. The pass really wasn't good. She's in all sorts of trouble. Ireland swarm in. Ojo Finn got to get her hands on it, leaves it now and takes her place to get the penalty. Ireland get a chance to go. Well, a try here really would give them something to smile about heading into the break. Queuing up on the outside is Naupu, but she has to offer support to Williams, who carried that ball well, and that surely is offside. No, referee says it's fine, legal, and play on. Numbers on the outside, the pass must go. Mulhall steps inside, Mulhall for the line. Ireland are in again, and they've turned it around from being 5 points down. They've just shot 5 points in front, and it is the captain from County Wicklow.
Momentum coming the way of Ireland here at the half. It is so important to finish off on a high here, getting the points. The 22-year-old on the outside, Mulhall cutting through. Excellent score, and Ireland have all the confidence going into the second 7.
Former Gaelic footballer in Wicklow. Mulhall, no joy with the conversion, but the half-time whistle goes, and Ireland, from being 5 points down, go into the break 5 points in front. A place in the bowl final up for grabs. We've had 3 tries, 2 of them for the girls in green, and 1 there for the captain. Spain 5, Ireland 10 at the break.
Well done, Sam. Well, Megan. Right, mate.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming out to today's event. If I could have your attention, please.
Girls, good job. Good 7 minutes. We've got to now go back and do the same thing again for the second half, okay? Defensively, I want us reloading off the ground faster. I want 6 green jerseys in the line. I want good spacing. We want numbers in the line so we can generate a little bit of line speed out of it. Force the game with them. Don't give them time with the ball, okay? Attack-wise, again, just be patient with the ball, working our threes. We're doing a really good job at the moment, but let's make sure we try and speed this up when we've got the ball. Our tempo, all right? Working our threes, recycle the ball quickly, shift it away from there. You're going to get return for it, I promise you, okay? We've got to be patient with the ball. Just continue to be prepared for this physicality around the tackle area. They'll come at us in the second half, so our seal and our chase in and our latch, make it perfect. Let's fight hard to present the ball. Right?
More action, lads.
7 minutes goals. Lots of energy.
Composure, but we have to earn the right with our first play. We set the tone and then we control the game from there. 1, 2, 3. Ireland! Let's go, girls. Let's go, lady. This time, buddy.
So second half about to get underway. Hashtag Atlanta Sevens to get involved on social media. Ireland, well, they're 7 minutes away from a place in the bowl final. Would mean a lot to the players and the management and the fans, I can tell you. Even for the players that aren't here. Ashley Baxter picked up an injury. You got Louise Galvin, who's been part of the team in the last 2 tournaments, probably watching on at home from County Kerry, nursing her leg injury at the moment and hoping to make it back sooner rather than later. That one's got out on the full, and Spain a little bit rattled perhaps by the last couple of minutes where they conceded 2 tries.
We mentioned the momentum, and that's what it comes down to, getting the ball possession, and you want to get a good start here in the second half. This is perfect for Ireland, and of course head coach Anthony Eddy made some promises to his ladies so they can stick to the pattern.
Patience from his team is the charge at half time, working in threes, and also just to be aware of Spain's physicality around the tackle area. This is what they're so good at. 2 there to bring Mulhall down, but Nupu with a nice pass. A little check back inside there from Kim Flood, and she's in her debut terms, and a lovely offload. Did that go forward? It's backwards, but the referee says Ireland offside, and a penalty. Garcia wasting no time getting involved and taking it up into the tackle made by Kim Flood there for Bueso. Shipped on again from Del Pan, and they're going to try and spin this one wide. It's Berta Garcia who's driven into touch, and Ireland will get the line out. And a little shoulder in the back there for Audrey O'Flynn, who says, I can take that all day long, baby.
Flynn have been very impressive when she smashes it up with ball in hand and defensively as well. And Nopu in your picture there, right there, she really has added some spark to this Irish side.
Ball goes down. Understand? Ball on the floor. Done.
Ireland with the line out. Williams has been the target whenever she's been on the pitch, and the Irish number 4 standing in the middle. Looks like Spain getting ready to contest here. So it's all about technique and timing as far as the lifters are concerned. A little dummy, and up they go. Williams, ball off the top for Ireland to use. That's exactly what they'll want. Mulhall, now Nupu. Lovely little interchange between the two. And ball the outside. Murphy Crowe, how much pace, and they're looking for the support inside. Just couldn't get the pass, but all about the recycle for Ireland, and they have possession. Still there. Flood to Williams. Trying to draw the numbers in wide. Lovely run from Williams on the outside. Williams backing herself. Garcia puts her down. Had to go low, and surely she was off there. Ireland, yeah, penalty coming. Well, maybe we could have seen a card there because Ireland were in a promising position. Nupu. Little show and go from Mulhall down the outside. Murphy Crowe trying to get a second, and she is. Amy Lee Murphy Crowe touches down for Ireland, and they shoot 5 points, 10 points in front.
And they did it in the end with 6 players on their feet. Megan Williams is down after making that brilliant break. And the finishing skills here, they used the width, stretching the Spanish defense. And then on the outside, just defend. Great strength and great skill. And her side are looking good here on Super Saturday.
Amy Lee Murphy Crowe showing her pace and defend, as you said, to go over. A little bit worrying that Williams is still down. The conversion attempt from the Wicklow footballer splits the posts, and Ireland add the extra 2s, and all of a sudden Spain need a score, and they need one quickly. Williams still down, getting attention there, and I don't know if she's going to be okay. She's back on her feet, thankfully, and gingerly jogging towards the halfway line. No passengers allowed in this game, because if you're not fit, get off the pitch. Thankfully back on her feet, and Spain 4 minutes now to get a couple of scores that they need just to tie things up. Ball bounces back awkwardly from the Spanish point of view. Audrey O'Flynn takes that one and drives the shoulder into contact. Look at that strength from the Irish number 1. Now Upu struggling to deal with that, but Spain offside and illegal at the breakdown, so Ireland will take the penalty and go quickly. Flood step back inside, tackle goes in on Kim Flood, the two of them combining, and Upu takes it right at the gain line, trying to kick clear. Celine Upu presents that ball back. Her husband George Upu, of course, involved for Connacht tonight. They're playing in the Challenge Cup quarter-final against Grenoble, but here in Atlanta, Irish guys are smiling at the moment, but that one went forward off a green hand, just as I say it, Dallin.
Knock on, okay?
Too soon indeed. We had to wait a bit more, but they really are playing at a different level right now. Ireland, the passes are connecting, and as I said, been very impressed with Audrey O'Flynn. Getting that go-forward ball has been so important for this side. They've got plenty of players with skill, but they just need to keep getting that ball, which they have been.
Managed to talk to her last night back in the team hotel just to see how she was after a few physically bruising hits. Audrey O'Flynn yesterday, particularly against France, but just the wind knocked out of her, and it'll take a lot more than that to keep her out today. 3 minutes to play. Ireland 12 points in front, and Spain needs something quickly, you feel, here. They are not out of this game yet.
Reset. Stay strong, okay? Wait for the ball. Reset, please. Stay strong, please. Stay strong, okay? Crouch. Bind.
Well, clock ticks down. That'll suit Ireland. There's the feed from Garcia. Looks a little run. Tries to get Bueso into the gap. Scored Spain's try early in this game, but haven't seen too much since. And they give away the penalty off their feet at the breakdown. Referee has been consistent in that all game long. And Spain, you have to say, on the worst end of it. Murphy Crowe takes the thumper to the ribs. And a good tackle it was too from Vanessa Real. Here's Naubu. Drops her shoulder into contact. Murphy Crowe to try and recycle possession. Mulhall, flat pass to Flood. Dummy run on an angle there. And Audrey O'Flynn, 1 against 1 here against Berta Garcia. Good tackle by the Spanish defender. And there for the Irish captain again. Mulhall needs runners here. We're going to try and work the blind side. There's 3. Well, there's now 2. And now there's only 1. Penalty conceded. Less than 2 to play. Spain need 2 scores to tie this one up. Both converted, of course, will give them Echeverria the lovely pass on the hands back inside. Medin on the ground, ball loose, and again Spain concede the penalty. They're not happy about that on the sideline, but discipline is costing them, Dallin.
It really is, and right now Ireland doing the right thing. They're slowing it down. They may, no, they're not going to kick for touch. They're going to take the tap penalty. In fact, nope, they've gone back for that kick, and now this soaks up valuable time. As you said, 2 scores away. They just need to keep possession, and they should wrap this one up.
Yeah, it looked like the wise thing to do, all right. Take another 20 seconds away, set the line out. Time is now off. We've got 1 minute to go. Is there enough time for 2 converted tries? Ireland should have to put into the line out. It was a penalty, and Garcia leaves it on the ground. Time is just back on. Audrey O'Flynn this time gonna go up, takes clean ball. Flood, nice pass. Mulhall to Naubu. Murphy Crowe outside her on a hat-trick at the moment for Ireland, trying to go through the gap. Murphy Crowe, slippery customer, the Irish number 5. And Flood reverses the play. Mulhall, that one, well, she had to take that out of the sky and did well just to hang on to possession. For being honest, ball at the back. Flood, 30 seconds to play. Fitzhenry. Step inside from Kim Flood. And back for O'Flynn. Now Upu once more. Again, just trying to attack this near side. Strong carry. And the present. Flood. Murphy Crowe drifts to the outside. Mulhall stepping back inside and keeps it alive. That went forward. And we've gone full time. Is there one last play for Spain? It's not going to affect the result, but it might affect the scorecard. We are going to have time for the scrum.
3, 2.
Now that was excellent from the Irish players, just moving it side to side. They've been connecting a lot better. Nopu's been very good, as we said, as O'Flynn several times. But the playmaking skills in the middle, Mulhall and Murphy Crowe can be congratulated for a sterling game. And looks like they'll go ahead in this battle, of course. These 2 sides will meet again later this year for real right to represent at the Olympic Games. What an honor that would be.
couple of substitutes in for Ireland. Claire Keohane and Hannah Tyrrell off the bench. Alison Miller obviously being held in reserve, and she had a tough day yesterday as well. Plenty of action and big tackles for and against. So Spain, one last throw in the dice. They are going to find themselves for the bottom place playoff for the second time in as many tournaments. Not where they want to be, I can tell you, and their position pretty precarious in terms of those bottom standings and the threat of relegation. Ireland, of course, are in that as well at the moment, but there for Bueso. Garcia, oh, they've dropped it. Well, it's going to come to nothing. That should be that. Final whistle sounds, and Ireland do enough. After going 5 points down, they've battled and they fought, and they deserved their victory. 3 tries in total for them, just 1 from Spain, and Ireland will go through to contest the bowl final against Japan. They win out here by 17 points to 5. So a quick look ahead to the bowl final, and as you've just seen, Ireland booking their place against Japan in the bowl final. That is to come a little bit later on this afternoon. We also have the plate semi-finals to contest. Russia against France and Fiji USA. They are 2 very interesting lineups and plenty to play for. USA in front of the home crowd here in Atlanta. But the big one, the cup semi-finals, England, New Zealand and Canada against Australia. Can you pick the winners from those 2? If you are, you're better than I am. That's all to come. It's been a fascinating opening session here in Atlanta for the Women's Series. Plenty more to come.
Welcome Clan McCall to the field, an Irish cultural club that participates in Irish games, hurling, and Gaelic football. The first game is up to be hurling. The ladies' equivalent is called camogie. Hurling is Ireland's national sport. The game has prehistoric origins and has been played for over 3,000 years and is the world's fastest field sport. The objective of the game is for players to use a wooden stick called a hurley to hit a small ball called a slitter between the opponent's goalpost, either over the crossbar for 1 point or under the crossbar into a net guarded by a goalkeeper for 1 goal, which is equivalent to 3 points. The slitter could be caught in the hand and carried for not more than 4 steps, struck in the air or struck on the ground with the hurley. It can be kicked or slapped with an open hand, the hand pass, for short-range passing. A player who wants to carry the ball for more than 4 steps has to bounce or balance the slitter on the end of the stick, and the ball can only be handled twice while in his possession.
20, 18-5.
1-2-2. Ref one. Ref one, and is this any better? No scratching. Scratch. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'll take a walk both corners. Sounds good. Walk. This is RF. Let's see. Ref one, Mike. Check. Range check here. Walking down the far end here. Still walking. Ref one, Mike check. Ref one, Mike check. This is ref one, Mike check. Ref 1-1, Mike check.
remaining here for a Clan exhibition of hurling. Let's give a big round of applause here to wrap it up in 2-1. Now, folks, it's time to switch gears with Gaelic football. Once again from Clare Nagal. Gaelic football, commonly referred to as football or Gaelic, is an Irish team sport. It's a form of football derived from traditional Irish ball games. It's played between two teams of 15 players on a rectangular grass pitch. The objective of the sport is to score by kicking or punching the ball into the other team's goal for 3 points, or between 2 upright posts above the goal, and over a crossbar 2.5 meters above the ground for 1 point. Players advance the football, a spherical leather ball, up the field with a combination of carrying, bouncing, kicking, hand passing, and soloing, which is dropping the ball and then toe-kicking the ball upward to the hands. Gaelic football is one of the few remaining strictly amateur sports in the world, with players, coaches, and managers prohibited from receiving any form of payment. Gaelic football is the most popular sport in Ireland in terms of attendance, and the final of the All-Ireland Senior Championship held annually at Croke Park, Dublin, draws crowds of more than 80,000 people. If anyone is interested in learning about these sports, please come visit Clan Nagal at the Irish booth.
It's the strangest feeling, feeling this way for you. It's something the way you move, something the way you move. You are never healing, hardly feeling through. Something the way you move, don't know what it is you do. Now one body good enough for me. 'Cause this heart is open, nothing you see. When our eyes meet, I can only see the end. But tonight I'm here, yours again. But tonight we're losing it all. Playing with fire, the first to fall. Heart is sinking like a cannonball. Baby, keep me what you waiting for. Something the way you move, something the way you do it, something the way you move. Something the way you move, something the way you do it, something the way you move. There's an evil night and stars will shine tonight. Something the way you do, something the way you. If you don't stop love, we need just enough. It lies always in you. There's nothing for me to do. There's no one thing I can do to change your ways. But I can't sit back and take the lonely days. When our eyes meet, I can only see the end.
game.
Let's give it up one more time for Clan Nagal and their exhibition from hurling and for Gaelic football. Anyone interested in learning about the sports can come to the Clan Nagal at the Irish booth. Shout out, tell the world you're at the match. Tell the world all about it. Messages of support. Use the game. Pictures from the crowd. Get them up on all your social media assets. Use the hashtag Women7s. That's women, the number 7 and S. And at World Rugby. USA Rugby wants you to know about the Women's Premier Domestic Championship taking place this November. Glendale Raptors will look to repeat against tough competition from 7 other elite women's programs.
Planet Earth. Life here is getting better. Big businesses and small are crossing more borders, bringing prosperity and optimism into people's lives. This is the power of global trade. Of course, there's still a long way to go, but the more the world keeps on trading, the better it's going to get for everyone, everywhere. That's why we'll deliver today, tomorrow, and the day after.
Rio 2016 Olympics will include for the first time in 80 years a Rugby 7 tournament.
see people have really committed themselves to this cause, and just as they did in 1920 and 1924. It's not about money, they're very driven to achieve a specific goal, and that goal is Rio 2016.
United States beat England for the first time in London. They're heading for the final.
You know, that was a real wake-up moment for the rest of the world, and now some of the best teams in the world are now ready to play it.
Game hasn't been in the Olympics in so long. Not a lot of people know about the game itself.
You take lacrosse, hockey, soccer, football, basketball, throw them into a pot, stir them up, then you have the best game in the world. You have 7 of them.
It's a brutal game, and the collisions, they can be huge.
You're gonna get hit, it's gonna hurt.
Getting a short ball and not looking, it's whack and cracky. Once I get the ball, I'm just trying to go.
When we say things like we bleed for each other and sweat for each other, we're not kidding.
So they want to play the game. We want to play the game down where it's nasty and dirty.
We're a tackle to the team, and other teams know it.
No team can stop us.
You know, we've shown in London what we're capable of, but can we do it time and time again?
There's no hiding in sevens. Your weaknesses will be exposed.
And if we don't get every step right, there is no podium, there is no medal.
19-0? Really? Move it to the space and put them to the f***ing sword. Be ruthless.
The feeling, pride and anxiety that sits in your belly is quite a powerful cocktail.
Yeah, that's the life dream. It's to go to the Olympics, win a medal.
And so anything less than that would be seen as failure.
Right now, what it feels like, Brazil with a mud around my neck. So many emotions running through my mind, running through my body. I know the struggle I've been through. I know the adversity, the pain, the sweat, the tears, and knowing that I did this all with my brothers. All the hard work, people who doubted, people who didn't believe in me. It was all worth it.
Are you doing an analytics? Yeah. Awesome.
Touching you.
Association of Georgia. Over the years, there's been significant growth from pony rugby to girls high school rugby. The league is looking for volunteers interested in coaching, officiating, and more. Please sign up at the South African store's tent on the main concourse. Be part of the fastest growing youth sport in the United States. Join Rugby Georgia.
Yeah. So welcome back to the business end of the HSBC Women's 7 Series here from Atlanta, the Fifth Third Bank Stadium of the Kennesaw State University. And coming up thick and fast, we're into the plate semi-finals. Russia will take on France and Fiji against the hosts, US of A. And then the main cup action, England, who have been in scintillating form, up against New Zealand, runners-up in the series so far. And then Canada will take on Australia. Australia looking for a third title on the trot, having lifted silverware in Dubai and Sao Paulo so far this season. So the match coming up next, game 25, the plate semi-final between Russia and France. Well, Russia showed what a good side they are in their previous encounters, but they're tied at 4-all each. These two teams last met in Atlanta in pool play yesterday when Russia lost out by 7 points to 22. Well, Russia showed what a good side they can be in their narrow loss to England in today's quarter-final. And once again, Pavel Baranovsky leaves Elena Throdkova on the bench. She has really shone here in Atlanta. But for Russia, well, to get into the final, they will have to rely on their captain, Nadezhda Kudenova. And keep an eye out for Bazat Hamidova. For France, Fanny Horta will show the way.
For all things Hunter, check hunterhayes.com.
This afternoon, watch out for that blue one, that gives you a hard on. So welcome back to the business end of the Atlanta Sevens. We're here for the HSBC Women's Sevens Series in Atlanta, Georgia, at the 5th Third Bank Stadium here at the Kennesaw State University. Here's what's coming up in the plate semi-finals. We've got Russia, who will take on France, and then Fiji up against the host, the US of A. And then the main cup action will see England take on the series runner-up at the moment, New Zealand. And then Canada will take on Australia. Of course, Australia have won the opening two titles in Dubai and Sao Paulo. But this coming up now is game 25, the plate semi-final between Russia and France. These two teams have met on 8 occasions. They're tied for all. They actually met yesterday in pool play when Russia lost by 7 points to 22. Well, Russia showed what a good side they can be in the narrow loss to England in today's quarter-final. And once again, Pavel Baranovsky leaves Elena Throdkova on the bench. She's really shone here in Atlanta. But to book a place in the final, the influence of Baizat Hamidova and Nadezhda Kudanova will have to come to the fore if they're to turn over France. France put Russia to the guillotine in yesterday's pool play. And once again, they mix the side up. Fanny Horta is one to watch. The captain for France is a standout player.
Please welcome to the field Russia and France.
So Russia on the left of your picture and France on your right. Take the field here at the 5th Third Bank Stadium at the Kennesaw State University in this plate semi-final. Russia, as you can see, lost to France yesterday by 7 points to 22. Their only win has been against Ireland, 10 points to 7 in pool play. Lost a quarter-final this morning by 7 points to England. France, on the other hand, well, they impressed in their opening two ties, but then lost out to Canada by 12 points to 17. And it was another close one against New Zealand this morning. This didn't quite fire. Our referee in the middle is all the way from New Zealand, Jessica Beard, her 62nd match in World Rugby 7 Series history. Well, a late change here for the French team. Pauline Biscarat has come on for Jade Lepesque. Not too sure why that late change was made. However, we're underway here. The whistle goes from Jessica Beard. France in their blue jerseys, Russia in the red with white and blue tops, blue shorts, and on the attack. Marina Petrova acts as the scrum half. The roll there by Daria Lushina. So France away with the ball, attacking out wide now there through Caroline Ladanu. Ladanu on the outside, Ladanu! Oh, what a marvellous try on the wide outside arc. Ladanu for the opening score, and there's only 30 seconds on the clock.
What a try from Caroline Ladanu. Just good hands from France, really, then get the ball out to her in the open spaces. Just shows what she can do given space on the outside, and makes it all the more surprising that she didn't even take the field in the quarter-final against England. A try really that she made all by herself. The dummy switch round the outside, brilliant finish. That's what Caroline Ladanu can do.
That will please David Cotier, the French coach, and from around the stands here in the Kennesaw State University, the cry goes out, Allez le bleu, which for those of you who don't know their French means go blue. The kick-off then for Russia, held up in the air, but Kristina Seredina manages to slip the pass away. Petrova has to go down and recycle that ball. Kudinova, the Russian skipper, ball in hand there. Now, was that the knock-on? Oh, Bazat Hamidova with the knock-on, the big strapping number 5 there.
Real let-off for France.
Knocked on by Russia for quick tap.
We listened to Darren Stanford yesterday telling us you need to put the ball on the floor, kick it through the mark, avoid the mistakes, but even then when you do it that way, you've still got to make sure you pick the ball up.
Scrum, Pauline Biscarat feeds the scrum right behind there, playing in the fly half position. Clémence Lussier. Look at the quality of the pass to Ladanu, and then not so much good quality with that pass there, and back goes Camille Graziano, who has to trap back. She then takes on the outside Arina Bistrova. So France recycling the goal. Biscarat, Ladanu. Little dummy switch play. And it sets up. Superb Fanny Horta. Horta put under a little bit of pressure there. Biscarat. France just running the channels here. Just trying to set up their attack phase. Route number 1 though is good from Camille Graciano. Ladanu once again. Ladanu, double trouble for Russia as Caroline Ladanu goes in for her second try of the tie, her 4th of the weekend, and she's in fine fettle, the French flyer.
Yeah, there she goes again, Caroline Ladanu, 4th try in Atlanta this weekend, but she's hardly played, certainly didn't play the quarter-final. Mayan runs across the pitch, Graciano gives it a bit of go forward, and importantly keeps the ball alive, pops it up to Biscarat, into the hands of Ladanu, who looks up and sees a big gaping hole in front of her, and she has the power to go through the gap. Why wasn't she playing in the quarter-final?
Well, we've noticed that David Cotier has rotated his squad throughout this weekend as the scrum half, Pauline Biscarat, just slots over the conversion and sends the French team out to a healthy lead. 12 points to 0 then. Hamidova under pressure there in the contact from Marjorie Mayans. Mayans, who's noted as a big tackler for this French team. So the tap and go by Petrova. Marina Petrova gets the switch. Kudanova, such an important playmaker for this Russian team. My apologies, that was actually Daria Lushina. Here's Kudanova. Perestaya with the distinctive headband. And then Arina Bystrova held in the tackle there, but from an offside position, France were penalised. So here's Kudanova. Kudanova gets the switch play from Petrova. And the ball was held on, so Russia just not capitalising on these attacking opportunities, Sudi.
No, and France typically being really strong in the breakdown. That time I think it was Caroline Ladanu who got in trying to turn the ball over. Yeah, it's a really direct line. Really direct line from Petrova. But in the end, France contact skills are equal to it. Talking about David Cortex changing things up, not only is he rotating his squad, but he's rotating positions. We're seeing Fanny Horta in the forwards, which we never see. Camille Gracineau out here on the wing, which we normally never see. He's trying to see what his squad can offer him in terms of flexibility come Rio.
Well, France won the plate competition in Sao Paulo in February by 17 points to 5 over Fiji. And they'll be looking to get into the final of the competition here in Atlanta now. Stayak steps and goes, releases the ball there to Daria Lushina. Lushina out to Bystrova. Bystrova, ball a little bit scrappy. That fluency that we saw in their opening game today in the quarter-final against England, that fluency not quite there.
No, Russia have looked out of sorts, haven't they, this tournament? They strung a pretty good performance together against England, but it's really not quite there this tournament.
Pavel Baranovsky used to be in charge of the men's team. Was handed the responsibility of the women's team. He has made an improvement. If there was an Oscar for a coach award of animation, he would certainly win it. He is the most passionate coach around. Well, that was an illegal tackle from France, but eventually Russia come away with the ball as Kristina Seredina gets a try back right on half-time. And is that the catalyst that this Russian team are looking for to spark a second-half performance?
Could well be, couldn't it? Seredina finished it off, but it was the strength in the breakdown of Hamidova that made it. She managed to power through the ruck, then feed the ball back. It gets into the hands of the stocky Seredina, who finishes it off. As you say, Russia right back in the game.
Just for half-time, you can stay with us to get us off the field.
So that'll be the last bit of play here in half-time. So half-time here in the first plate semi-final between Russia and France. France leading by 12 points to 5.
Зачем вы падаете на землю? Объясните мне. Я с тобой 1000 раз уже говорю. Ну не бегайте вперед раньше времени. Ну держи эту глубину. Ну ты же прибегаешь, ты не можешь их обыграть. Тебя все время в аут выкидывают. Ну твоя задача, если тебя уже в аут, значит подрезать и идти в центр. Играть кресты. Ну не беги вперед раньше времени. Ну выжги себе глубину, найди. Ну научись играть, чтобы тебе мячи сохранялись. У нас же нет мячей. Дальше. Вы подбираете мячи, они вам отдают подбирать. Байзак, ну просто нельзя отдавать мячи. Ну начинаете вы их напрягать. Вот они сейчас просто ничего не делают. Они вас легко обыгрывают. Ну начните чуть-чуть борьбы, дайте.
First of all, apologies to any of our Russian viewers for any choice words from Pavel Baranovsky.
Garnissez l'axe. D'accord. Ensuite, je veux un pivot tout le temps, tout le temps, tout le temps. Et vous gueulez, vous sortez, vous parlez sur les sorts. Ensuite, gardez vos appuis au contact en défense. Gardez vos appuis au contact. Il faut offensivement, quand vous rentrez ou en défense, vous allez au bassin et on pousse, on lève, on pousse, on lève. Et on vient aider. L'assistant de backer se fait au sol. Si de suite elles sont là, on lâche et on avance à eux. Que ça. D'accord? C'est bon? Allez, c'est parti.
Well, alongside me in the commentary box, Scott Hastings is Sue. Sue, I know you do speak a little bit of French. Could you translate for us, please?
He said something about being careful in the contact. He said something about pushing up. And then he said, that's it. That's all I got for you, Scott.
Well, it's such a special quality of Rugby Sevens, isn't it, that we can listen in to the half-time direction from each of the coaches. So Nadezhda Kudenova kicks off the second half plate semi-final between Russia and France, and it's France straight on the attack. Caroline Ladanu. The pass was given well to Clemence Grossier, but here's the counter-attack now. Baizat Hamidova. Oh, she stuck the ball under her arm, but the loop play by Kudenova. Kudenova will be back in. And we talked about the try at the end of the first half from Kristina Seredina to give the Russians confidence, and the Russian captain has backed it up with a try in the opening 30 seconds here of the second half.
Captain on captain, Kudenova finished it off. It's this turnover it all came from, and Gracino, we almost never see mistakes from her, but it's her that coughed the ball up to Kudenova, and then it's Kudenova who finds herself on the other end of the move, rounds her opposite number, the French captain, Horta, and she's in under the post, and this time makes no mistake.
Well, we saw Nadezhda Kudenova miss a kick against England in front of the post. This time she's got it right, and this time she squared the scores at 12 points apiece. So remember, the scoring team in sevens will kick off. It's a bit of a wobbly one, timed there originally by Marjorie Mayans, but picked up and recycled by France. Mayans to Ladanu. Oh, the ball was lost there, so Russia will get the put in at the scrum here.
I'm pretty sure their coach said at half-time, be careful in the contact area. France have coughed the ball up twice now in less than 2 minutes. You cannot afford to do that. In top level sevens, you give the ball away, you give points away.
Kudenova will feed the scrum. Oh, lovely little feet for Kudenova. Tackled by Caroline Ladanu. Ball in back into Petrova. Bistrova on that far outside channel. Tries to get the hand in on Camille Gracino, but manages to get the ball back. So Russia on the attack here. Well, there was players outside. Oh, Kudenova kept the angle, and unselfishly Hamidova, and that sees Russia into the lead for the first time in this match.
The French defence at sixes and sevens, the first break came because Ladanu rushed out of the line. You watch it of this scrum, Ladanu comes right up, leaving the gap for Kudenova to go through. Then when she gets back to make the tackle, but then France recycle, and two players on one in defence. You've got to stay out on your player, and that's what created the overlap. The French defence all over the place.
So the kick from Kristina Seredina from out wide. What I liked about that try, though, was that the Russian skipper Kudenova, she cut a good angle. Look at this, didn't quite have the pace, but threw the pass immediately to Hamidova, who went over.
Nearly died on Hamidova, didn't it? Kudenova desperate to get the pass out of contact, and he went up and down rather than straight across, but it made it, it got there. Really good vision from Kudenova, and she was at the heart of that. 2 breaks.
Fanny Horta then comes off, the French captain. Well, Kudenova, it's a poor kick, which will give the tap restart to Pauline Biscarat. Biscarat shows the dummy. Now the long, leggy Lauren Fouquet. So numbers over on that wide outside. If they could move it to the left, France, they could stretch this Russian defence. Probing Caroline Ladanu. Ladanu gets the support. Now the stringing of the passes is crucial for France. Oh, it was a poor pass off the left hand by Lauriane Foucault.
Commentators curse Scott. You said what they needed was just getting their passing right, just had to get out in the hands of Guerin on the outside. Here it comes, just gets slung down onto the floor and forwards, I think. France not really playing forwards and back. You see how she pointed her hands down to the floor, didn't she? France not playing with their heads up there. There were a couple of times there was big gaping holes in the Russian defence, and they just passed it on down the line.
So Kudinova, the Russian skipper, will feed the ball in at the scrum. Stayak. See the way she sucked in 2 tacklers from France there, which released on the wide outside arena. Bystrova, this busy winger. Recycle possession then. Maria Perestayak. Ball bounces favourably for Seredina. And now the attack is through Petrova. Petrova up towards the 22-metre line. Advantage being played here. Yeah, high tackle was adjudged. Kristina Seredina takes a quick tap and go. This chunky, stocky player, and then stepping back in is Daria Lishina. Thumping tackle that came in there from Ladanu. Super tackle. And the Russian Maria Perestak still down, but play goes on, and try time here for Irina Bystrova. Well, there was a Russian colleague of hers that was down, but suddenly Russia continued to play their rugby football, and they were rewarded with a try for Bystrova.
Yeah, they got the possession because of this hit. Bang from Caroline Ladanu, but fortunately for them it goes backwards. Grassino dives on it, but she's completely isolated, so has to let Kudinova play it. Kudinova then just a simple pass out into the hands of Bystrova. Goodness me, what a hit from Caroline Ladanu, for all for nothing for France in the end.
Well, she is tough, isn't she, Maria Perestayak? Well, she's been in the wars this week with the head swathed in bandages. And Sude, as we close out this plate semi-final, Russia almost possessed in the way they played the game. We expected so much more of France, but is it just the sheer determination and coaching prowess of Pavel Baranovsky who gets the best out of his team?
Yeah, they've certainly looked more organised today, haven't they? France, on the other hand, completely the opposite. They do play with a lot of power and passion, this Russian side.
So will be the last play of this tie. Ball coming back on France's side, Clémence Gossier. Then Marjorie Mayans. You can see how physical it is out there when, the speed and the velocity of the players when they're hitting each other in the contact.
Too slow, 2 in a row.
Biscarat, quick tap and go. Marjorie Mayans. An extra player out here. Fumbles, and it's knocked on by Chloe Pelly. And, France's disappointment continues with the last play of the game. Full time, says referee Jessica Beard from New Zealand. So it will be Russia who will head into the plate final here in the Atlanta Sevens. Final score, 24 points to 12 in Russia's favour.
Okay, so a quick look of one of the players on show in our next matchup. It's Kristen Thomas from the United States.
I'm Chris Thomas. I play for the USA Sevens team, and this is my 7 and 60. I'm torn between a hippo and a cheetah, so I don't really know which one I choose. I have to say Megan Bonney, who's at the window right now. Vix Fly, and she's just so fast, and she's a phenomenal player, so I love playing with her. Sanaa Lathan, she's just like an amazing actress, and I feel like her personality probably matches mine off the screen. I want to work for the Police Athletic League. They do different programs for schools for the youth after school. Kata Ledecky, Michael Phelps, and Allison Felix. I just celebrate with the team. It's a big thing within the rugby community to go out and have a social, so it'd be great to, you know, go to that social knowing that you took home the gold.
So our second plate finalists will be decided between the meeting of Fiji and the United States of America. Well, they've played 6 times. USA have won 4 of those, but the last honours went to Fiji in Dubai by 24 points to 19 in an absolute belter of a game. If we get a repeat of that, we are in for a treat. The United States, well, they probably admit that they underperformed by their own standards against Australia, but there is still silverware left to play for, and something for the home fans to cheer about. More importantly, back into the side comes Kelter. Jessica Javelet, who changed the game with Kelter when they came on against Australia and certainly put more purpose about the USA. They both come into the starting 7. Jill Potter and Lauren Doyle, along with Kristen Thomas, drop to the bench. So, for a place in the plate final, it is Fiji, Anna, against the United States of America, and the home fans showing their support for the USA. Be interesting to see how they respond to the last performances, both Fiji and USA, because don't forget, Fiji really didn't give an account of themselves in that first Cup quarter-final. Very disappointed by the way they limped out to Canada, 29 points to 0, so not even a try to show for their efforts. USA, well, they just seemed stunned at the start against Australia, didn't they? And maybe the pressures of the home tournament here in Atlanta got to them a little bit, but let's see how they get back on track. As I mentioned, the new faces should change things up somewhat as the flags fly high around this beautiful stadium here in Atlanta. Referee is Sarah Cox, 44th match in charge in the World Rugby 7 Series. We have a beautiful afternoon. Dallin Stanford's beside me. USA, what do you reckon?
I reckon, as you saw by the stats, so they won the first 3. They were superb on day 1. Fell asleep this morning. They will be up for this challenge. Head coach Richie Walker has got his troops to fire.
Second day syndrome from the United States in the opening match. So too for Fiji, and that's the knock-on from a white jersey. So a chance here for Kelter, who was so impressive yesterday. Couldn't believe that she didn't start the opening match. And a chance for Megan Bonney to go round the outside, and down she goes. USA in. It's taken 25 seconds. Dallin, what about that?
Well, I just got burnt by that fire up here in the commentary booth right from the start. It was Kelter. Where was she earlier? Just slaps out the way, gets the pass, spots the vision, and then just a foot race to the end. Bonnie wins this one nicely. Excellent stuff.
Far be it for us to question the selection decisions of the head coach, but we were all, to a man and woman, surprised that Kelter did not make it into the starting 7 in the last match. She has had an immediate impact in this game. Just a little shout out to my Sue Daly here. And Daisy, well, she'd have been impressed by this try, because what a piece of running from Bonnie into the starting 7 and making her mark straight away.
So again? Just tell me when it's different.
Fiji slightly shell-shocked by the ferocious start from the USA. Kelter's restart isn't going to find 10 metres. So, unforced error. Chance now for Fiji. The body language, I don't like it, I have to say, Dallin. Fiji are very slow to get back here.
They're a team that needs the confidence. They need to score and then get their heads up high. We spoke to Chris Cracknell earlier, and right now there's a little slumping into a little bit of a low.
Leeway, the pass. Rebecca Tavo looking for the offload. That went forward. And just forcing the pass there by the Fijian number 5.
And that's right, you called him the Brad Pitt earlier. And Chris Cracknell, the coach, he's very calm and collected, but of course those 50-50 passes, he said he needs to correct, but it's so tough. You don't want to tell Fiji not to pass the ball like that, because that's what they're good at. You see he's having a couple of choice words there.
Well, it's in the DNA, isn't it? Men's and women's team. Kelter, quick pass. Barry Valala. Deep running. And here is Javelet, the speedster. She can go around the outside. And that's where she goes! Stretches those quick legs. Now she needs help, but she's got support on the inside. The pass is good, but the Fiji defence is even better. That was commitment to get back, because Javelet, well, you'd be forgiven to think she was gone like a rocket. Kelter, 2-on-1 overlap. Bonnie, she has one. She might turn provider. She should do here. Zachary's in the corner. Well, that is magnificent from the United States of America. Javelin started it, Zachary finished it. 2 tries and 10 points.
It's Javelin on the outside. Look at that speed. And then she does brilliant sustained support. Get the offload back on the inside. This is one of the best tries you'll see from the United States all weekend. The support is there, and then it was numbers to burn. And of course, Bonnie there providing that final pass. Zachary still had a lot of work to do, diving over there for an excellent score. The USA fans are on their feet right now.
Good strike for the conversion, just gone right and wide from Barry Valada, but the United States are here to play, and boy, have they done that. Rich Walker looks on. He has to be an admirer of this one.
And that's what the team can do. They didn't bring it against Australia, which was very surprising. Fiji yet to really touch the ball.
What about number 12 for USA, Javelin? Scored the match winner against New Zealand yesterday. This one again is going to drop short of the 10-metre line. Advantage being played. Tavo with the pass. Fiji look asleep at the wheel at the moment, you have to say. Needs something inspiration. Look at that for a line, but it was forward. It was forward. Well, Chisolo thought she was on her way.
Yeah, it was definitely forward there. It looked exciting though. It shows a very good line. And it's just those small errors, as we said, are just so costly. The momentum is really staying with the United States. And by the end of this weekend, I think Cracknell might not have any hair left.
Don't want to see what's under that hat at the moment. There's the feed from Kelter. She's gotten right. Look at the strength to get away from the first tackle. And the strength to get away for the second. Almost a third. Fiery redhead from the United States of America wins the penalty. Paravalala, 2 on the right, switches tack and comes left, taken off the ground there. Try scorer Zachary with the pass to Bonnie on the outside. Chance here, Stevens. Oh, short. Ball goes out eventually. Well, USA all over Fijiana at the moment.
It's exciting stuff, and it's the width of passing here is excellent. Ball just thrown back in field, so to play on it. Out of bounds there, so we're having a chat with the AR. Probably just going to end up with a scrum for the United States.
So a chance to add to the 2 that they've already scored. Neither one converted. Sarah Cox with the call after consultation with her assistant on this near side. There's the feed from Kelter. And again, USA have a bit of room to use this. Paravalala wrap around Kelter, takes the direct route. That was high. That was high on Kelter. And it stopped her flow. We're playing advantage to USA for that tackle. Up come Fiji in defence, and Tavo makes a strong hit. Still there with Ryan Carlisle. Trying to recycle a javelin. 1 on the right hand side there. Now there's nobody here. It's an unopposed stroll into the corner. Rochelle Stevens gets America's 3rd try, and the crowd appreciate every last step of that.
Well, the strength of Jessica Javelin as well. She played professional field hockey in Germany and just carrying players on her back as well. Carlisle, the veteran, took it upfield here, spotted. There was a bit of space on the right-hand side, but look at that strength of getting a perfect pass away. Going in, the youngster, Stevens in the corner. Champagne Rugby.
Paravalala, well, she's got the distance. Oh, what a conversion! Icing on the cake. Beautiful strike. And the United States stretch the lead to 17 points. We'll have time for the restart. Most of them haven't gone the required 10 metres, so that's why Kelter says, you know what, I'm not taking any risk with this one. Boom. Fiji, any chance to reply? Nangasau, pass goes forward. Honestly, I mean, when you watch Fiji like this, it's so frustrating because we know what they're capable of. They just can't seem to flick that switch at the moment. Kelter calling for it. has Bonnie outside her. Megan Bonnie now, it's a one-on-one here with Rungeta. Back inside to Kelter! That's the support line! And the redhead straight through underneath the post. She's been brilliant this tournament. Absolutely superb from Kelter.
Well, she's fiery indeed, and that support line, as you said, Hugh, was fantastic stuff indeed. She gets the conversion as well. She can do it all. Gets the kickoff, and watch the replay here. She follows back on the inside line. There was a space out wide. Bonnie read it beautifully, drawing back the sweeper. It looks so simple in the end.
She made it look simple, didn't she? Touchdown, 24 points to 0. That is an emphatic first half from USA. Fiji 0, United States 24. More to come.
Good stuff. Just keep going wide, and we need to attack forward when we're moving the ball. Does that make sense? If shooters are coming up, outside people just start running in lines. Okay, and then we just need to talk a little bit more. Even though it was a forward pass, we still let that go through. Does that make sense? I know our defense was readjusting to get back into the line, but talk as you're coming up, so the people that are already in the line know where you are. Does that make sense? So just those in lines, all right? And it must have been the shorts, eh?
Hey guys, we're doing a good job of keeping possession. That's all we have to do. We give them that little chance, they will take advantage of it. Yep. Yeah, we keep the ball in hand, support, keep it wide, stretch the defense, we tire them out. Yeah. Take pride in our defense here, okay? Yeah. USA 3, 1, 2, 3. USA.
Our reception right now.
Hey, got it. Nothing changes, yeah? Here you go, guys. Fight for each other. I got middle ball. Yes, middle.
So the second half underway, and Fiji need a miracle, you feel, to turn this one around. The body language at halftime suggests that they don't have it in them. And the Americans, again, all too easy, toiling through, over the half line, support back inside, and the cover tackle has to make. But what a start, picking up from where they left off there. Kelter, Bonnie in the middle. Fiji at the moment, just desperate defence. That's all that they can do is watch as USA dominate possession.
Advantage offside white.
Advantage to the USA for offside, so it's a kick to nothing really, because they know possession will come back.
No advantage.
Fiji have barely touched the ball.
Oh, and with Ryan Carlisle cutting them through the middle, the veteran, look at her just ghosting through. She couldn't quite get the pass back on the inside. It ended up being very good defence, but still the ball stays with the Eagles. More to come here the second half.
Kelter left, that's Bonnie. Back to Kelter, through the gap. Easy as you like, one to beat. They won't stop her from there. Another one for Olive Kelter. And it's all too easy at the moment. Fiji, you have to ask serious questions about this performance level. It's not acceptable from what we know they can do, and there's anger now amongst the team, and you can see the frustration. Look at this, all too easy, Don.
Oh, Kelter, she's so good. She once saved a fireman from a burning building, and she gets over for another score.
Conversion attempt. 5 minutes to go. And 31 points for the USA. Incredible performance by them. I mean, their highest ever victory against Fiji was 36-14 in Amsterdam in May 2015. They are going to blitz that in terms of the winning margin, and they're not done yet, I can tell you. On come the substitutes. Jill Potter, Kristen Thomas, and Nicole Haverland. Restart from Kelter. Rongetta's underneath it. Rising High has declaimed that one. Fiji now trying to settle themselves in possession. Sauto with the pass. Only as far as Uriwai. Trying to go through the middle. It's knocked on. It's another mistake. And it is game over as far as Fiji are concerned.
Yeah, back to the drawing board for them. And you look at the replay here, just forcing it. Probably best just to keep the ball on the ground, set up a ruck, and then go from there. I think that's probably going to be their focus leading on the next few games, and next tournament coming next week.
Nasty ball at the back for Kelter. Paravalala did well. There's the pass now. Javale, we know how fast she is. She does need support this time, or does she? Yes, caught inside the 22. And still there for Kelter. Now there's massive overlap here if they can get this one. Just held that line. Well, that was Tom Brady would have been proud of that one for the Patriots. Touchdown!
He's so right about that. The wind carrying that as well. Tried to cut back against the grain there because there was a bit of pressure. And that is a very rare mistake you'll see from Kelter.
Looking for Javale, wide receiver. So 3.5 minutes to play, and Fiji, well, they're going to ask serious questions of themselves. Chris Cracknell is going to ask serious questions of his players, because this is not what they trained for. This is not why they sacrificed all the time and commitment and energy to turn up in Atlanta and put in a performance like this. Can they get something going here? USA not rolling away on the ground. Javale took a knock to the head there, and she's still on the ground. So USA down to 6 players temporarily. Rungitha pass to Riwai, and on the outside they go. She's solo, back inside. Riwai juggles with it. Rungitha tackled by Jill Potter. Still there for Fiji. Nangasao to act the scrum half. Pass wasn't good though, and Marawa pops it up only to Sauto, who's running across the pitch. Can't shake the second tackle. Jessica Javale back on her feet, but slow to make it back onside and help her team out in defence. Short pass to Nangasao, who says, I didn't have the ball and I was held, but Thomas doesn't mind. Javale, well, she looks none the worse for that little knock that she took there a minute ago. Still alive! Tackle, oh, was that high? There's the pop pass, Javale! It doesn't matter. Jessica Javale is in again. Lovely hands out of the tackle. Support play, and the USA touchdown. It's going to be a record victory against Fiji.
Scintillating stuff indeed from the USA as they celebrate another great score. It all started with Nicole Heaverland, the super sub, the youngster, 21-year-old, spun out a couple of tackles. Very important for Fiji, we thought, to get another score, to get the momentum going. But no, said the USA, and Richie Walker, does that matter? It certainly does.
38 points to nil. It's brilliant by USA. It's embarrassing for Fiji. The tackle's non-existent there, and that was high. Advantage being played for that. Zachary back inside, Javale, and off she goes. Wonder what he's thinking right now. He can't be happy with this performance.
Yeah, Chris Cracknell, that. As we know in sevens, each game is a new match to redeem yourself. So they'll pick up the pieces after this, onto the next task, and flush this.
Well, almost worked out nicely for USA. You're going to find touch on that far side. Fiji with the line out. Inside the last minute now.
Come over.
Yeah, the Fijians have got so many good strike runners. I just said, think if they can set up some better phases, because we know they can step, we know they can offload. There could be a danger in the series.
Well, they have to win the line out, and they haven't managed to do that. It did come forward off of Fiji hand. No advantage being played. Whistle has gone, and fans of the USA happy by what they've seen, young and old. Great to see maybe the next generation of the USA women's sevens team in the stand here in Atlanta supporting.
Well, we saw there was a youth program, the festival that was happening outside, and it was really great to see young players playing the game for the very first time. It's exploding here. The game is taking off.
But under all sorts of pressure. There's the whistle. USA wants another one. They want to heap the misery on Fiji, as if it can get any worse. Still with possession, Barvalala taken up the middle by Michelle Stevens. Options both sides now for Barvalala if she wants to use it. Here's Jill Potter, pass on the outside. Fiji got to make the tackles here, and they're not doing that. Heverland, and they put it out. Enough is enough. There's the final whistle. Well, it's a record victory for the United States of America against Fiji. None for Fiji, 38 for USA, and they are through to the plate final.
So the next game coming up is the Cup semi-final between England and New Zealand, and let's hear from Joanne Watmore, England's rising star.
What a brilliant score this is for England's Joanne Watmore.
Away goes Big Red. Put it down.
Watmore on the burst. They won't catch her. She's got to go under the post.
Sensational try from Joanne Watmore.
Watmore for the corner. A hat-trick for Joanne Watmore.
Oh yes, that is brilliant from Joanne Watmore.
Joe Watmore's got the line in sight, and she's not going to be caught.
So here we go, the Cup semi-final between England and New Zealand. Well, these two teams have played each other 11 times. England have won 3. New Zealand have won 8. They actually last met in Amsterdam when England won by 17 points to 14 last year. But the week before, New Zealand had beaten England by 24 points to 12. Simon Middleton has opted to bring Rachel Burford and Amy Wilson-Hardy into the starting lineup ahead of Heather Fisher and Katie McLean, who'll start this game on the bench. Emily Scarrett leads England, and her 5 tries have been one of the standout features of this England side. New Zealand, despite an injury to Sherry Taney in the quarter-final, select Portia Woodman, the leading points scorer in Women's 7 Series history. Debutant Teresa Fitzpatrick has really caught the eye as well, wearing the 7 jersey.
Please welcome to the field England and New Zealand.
Onto the field come New Zealand and England. This is the first Cup semi-final between these two countries at the 5th Third Bank Stadium here in Atlanta, Georgia. England, their route to this semi-final, unbeaten so far. Comprehensive wins against Australia, Fiji, Colombia and Russia in the quarter-finals earlier on today. For New Zealand, well, the final word's been said there. Beaten yesterday in pool play by the United States, but started to shine this morning against France with a win by 24 points to 7. Well, our referee in the middle is Amy Perrott, notching up her 40th match in the World Rugby 7 Series. Of course, the series started up in Dubai back in December, and in February it went to Sao Paulo. This is the 3rd of 5 stops on the series. Australia have won the first 2 bits of silverware, and this the opportunity to get into the final. So New Zealand kick off deep down into the England half. Richardson gathers. Good pressure comes up from the New Zealand team.
Release in!
Well, an early penalty then. So the quick tap and goal from Rachel Burford. Tasha Hunt. This is Claire Allen. She's been impressive. Claire Allen throughout her work rate's been excellent. Started every game for England so far. Richardson opts to kick downfield. The cover will come from Salika Winiata on that pass. Oh, but it's bounced favourably for England. And England are going to open up the scoring. Amy Wilson-Hardy, plenty of gas, and she scores a try in the opening minute for England.
It certainly bears out Simon Middleton's selection, picking Amy Wilson-Hardy. 27 tries now. We know that she can finish, but the kick, we've seen this a couple of times from Alice Richardson. Now this is an attacking kick, not a defensive one, and a little bit of luck always with those kicks. It just pops up right into the hands of Wilson-Hardy. Exactly the start that England wanted.
Well, the conversion then is good from Alice Richardson, so 7 points to 0 for the good for England with a perfect start. I actually thought Salika Winiata playing the sweeper role might have got to that ball, but Ruby Tui was caught on the outside by the speed of Amy Wilson-Hardy. Scarrett goes up, and she challenged in the air. Scarrett then goes back to get the ball back for England. Here's Richardson and the try scorer, Amy Wilson-Hardy. Look, notice how she had the ball in two hands. Went into the contact, taken in the contact by Teresa Fitzpatrick, the debutante for New Zealand, who's shone over this Atlanta Sevens. Scarrett up to the 10-yard line. Turnover ball for New Zealand, though. And that was Portia Woodman at the base, and here is the New Zealand captain, Sarah Goss. Goss, such a hard-working, clever footballer. Whoa! Brushes off the attention of Amy Wilson-Hardy. Winiata at the fly half position. Then Niall Williams. Williams to Portia Woodman. Woodman on the wide outside is Stacey Waka. Look at the stepping skills of Waka. Comes back in. That's the 22-metre line that New Zealand are attacking at this moment in time. Teresa Fitzpatrick. Fitzpatrick throws the ball to Tui. Tui's got Goss, her skipper, on the outside. Goss steps back in. She's cutting an angle. Can she get to the line? Sarah Goss for New Zealand. Wonderful experience line from the New Zealand skipper.
Yeah, she was always cutting back against the defence that was sprinting out to her. So it's really intelligent play, cut back the way the defence is coming from. Here goes Sarah Goss the first time, sitting Amy Wilson-Hardy down. So it all came, the go forward they had all came from that. And then maybe she just waited out there for a few phases. Here she is again, exactly the same part of the pitch, cutting back inside.
But you made the question, Sue. Oh, the conversion is good, so the scores are equal on 7 apiece. But you made the point, maybe she held her line out there. Well, she definitely did hold her line, because New Zealand, they know each other's play inside, they hold their structures well, and when you've got power and pace on the wing such as that, then that's very difficult to stop.
Yeah, it's not usually the place she finds herself in, but she's intelligent enough to know, I need to hold the width, it's going to come back this way.
Winiata, the former police officer from Manawatu, top point scorer at the Rugby World Cup Sevens in Moscow. Richardson. What more? That's put pressure on Rachel Burford, and this turnover from Teresa Fitzpatrick. As I said, the debutante has really been impressive in the New Zealand jersey.
Yeah, it's good work at the breakdown from New Zealand, wasn't it?
And Winiata just happy just to set the structures as Goss, wearing that number 5 jersey. She sets up that position in midfield. Portia Woodman. This is Fitzpatrick. Fitzpatrick has a show, and she goes and unselfishly delivers a try to Portia Woodman. Who else?
Yeah, we said Fitzpatrick has stood out. England's defence just standing off. You cannot afford to do that against New Zealand. You've got to get up in their faces. Here, number 7, Fitzpatrick. They're waiting. Rachel Burford just needed to make the hit there. It goes out to Portia Woodman, and of course, she's got the pace. They're not going to catch her.
And Sue, what I loved about that try was the ball was held in 2 hands. When the gap opened up, it went back to 1 hand, and then the pass was delivered on the wide outside channel.
Yeah, she's a lovely balanced runner, isn't she, Teresa Fitzpatrick?
Winiata with a marvellous conversion from wide out. Stretches New Zealand's lead by 7. And Portia Woodman, well, you saw the graphic earlier on, 102 tries, the top try scorer of all time. But very interestingly enough, only the first try in the Atlanta Sevens. We've not seen her in the last 2 games.
Just give me peace.
Emily Scarrett.
Still carry.
Scarrett to clear on, super tackle that comes in there from Niall Williams. It's a physical old game, isn't it? Whether it's men's 7s, women's 7s, still the quality of action out the top draw here in Atlanta. Good hands here. Here's Joanne Watmore. Well tackled. Fitzpatrick it was on that occasion. Natasha Hunt has a little dig. Gets the support of Emily Scarrett. Oh, it was a lovely pass by Scarrett. Wasn't quite read there by Claire Allen. I didn't think it was a knock-on, but Scarrett, lovely little sleight of hand.
Yeah, let's watch it again. I didn't see it go forward. Emily Scarrett as well to hold on, then she's just trying to offload it round the back. Unlucky, I think. I don't think that went forward, but often when the ball hits the ground, the instinct from the referee is it's gone forward.
Well, there's the half-time hooter. New Zealand will still attack from this scrum, though. Oh, Winiata scoots round the outside, the little chip and kick. In actual fact, it's Katrina Vota-Simpkins who's coming off the bench on that last play. Oh, England caught at the base cost. There's numbers aplenty over there for New Zealand. Surely a try must come. It has. And Shiritani drops down. Well, England were so slow to set their defensive alignment, but New Zealand, to their credit, they knew where the numbers were.
Yeah, it was simple in the end for New Zealand because they just moved the ball into space. When you're not spread out in defence, you've just got to run up and blitz it. England didn't do that. New Zealand got the ball in space.
Okay, so you're thinking about the red, okay? So it's power, okay? Yeah, power. When we're carrying the ball, hold our feet a little bit longer. But the big thing when we're in D, don't hunt as much. If it's dead, get out and be on your feet. They can't handle our connection, okay? Just be aware. So Portia, Ray, they are going to kick if we keep on pressurising. Remember, let's hunt the second and third and fourth ruck, not the first or second, okay? You know what I mean? You understand? Okay? Big one, big half, okay?
So the second half action underway now in the first cup semi-final of the Atlanta Sevens. It's England versus New Zealand. England kicking off to New Zealand. New Zealand leading by 19 points to 7. I'm Scott Hastings, alongside me, former England 7s and 15 star Sue Day. And Sue, New Zealand have managed to command more of the ball in the first half, and 3 wonderful tries against the one from England.
Yeah, they've dominated possession and dominated the breakdown.
So Alice Richardson, wide outside pass, Claire Allen. Watmore came short. Well, she'd held on to the ball and gone back out on the angle, but Fitzpatrick might have actually got an injury there in the midfield for New Zealand.
Those are the ones that you need to hold on to if you're going to beat New Zealand. It just didn't quite stick in the hands, did it? She was through if she caught hold of it.
Well, she's back up on her feet as the young debutante. There's Niall Williams. So playing scrum half then for this New Zealand team is Katarina Varta-Simpkins. Natasha Hunt, she was quick. Alice Richardson. Watmore to Amy Wilson-Hardy to Richardson. Is this the opportunity for England to get back into this game? Sarah Goss with a tackle on Richardson. She goes for the line. It's only 3 meters away. Natasha Hunt tries to get the footwork going. Burford goes in, but an offside decision. And England are quick onto the ball. The tap and go. There's numbers out wide. Scarrett with a pass. Great try for England. Claire Allen.
We've watched New Zealand move the ball into the open spaces in the first half. This time England alive to it. The penalty, 5 meters from the line. It's so hard to reorganise the defence quickly enough. New Zealand can't do it. England's handling is up to it. A lovely slick pass, first from Burford, then from Scarrett. Claire Allen's normally the one doing the hard work, making the tries for everyone else.
And again, Sue, another great example of the quality of skill on offer here in the Atlanta Sevens. The kick, though, from wide out is not being converted. But, well, England within a score of New Zealand. Well, this great game of Rugby Sevens will make its debut in the Olympic Games in Rio. And way back in 1883, it was invented in Melrose in Scotland. The Melrose Sports, incidentally, were played today, and that particular, the Ladies' Cup, was won by Edinburgh Rugby, who beat Jed Forrest from the borders of Scotland in the final. And of course, away over in Hong Kong, we have 28 international teams competing out there. This, however, is the ladies' circuit, the women's 7 series from Atlanta, Georgia. Well, Emily Scarrett was the tackler. She has tackler's rights, so I think that was an error there from Amy Perrett from Australia. However, New Zealand will just take the sting out of their all. 2D, just talk us through this.
Yes, there's no one else in the breakdown.
Yeah, it's free ball, isn't it? The England player is allowed to play the ball because her teammates have stayed out of the contact. Now, New Zealand, Woodman, look at the quick feet, gets the support of Goss. Goss and Woodman, 2 very experienced players for this New Zealand team. Williams, the pass was a little bit behind there, but still the good skill here from Varta-Simpkins. Ball recycled though by New Zealand. New Zealand are just commanding the possession at the moment. Look at the lines that they're running. They've created space on the outside. Portia Woodman held by Joanne Watmore. Woodman back on her feet. Alice Richardson, but another penalty for a high tackle.
Not sure what that one was for. New Zealand certainly getting the best of the breakdown at the moment.
So Sarah Goss, you can see they're just quite happy. Shuri Tani, the try scorer at scrum half, then restarts the game. Katrina Varta-Simpkins. Good ball there to New Zealand. Is there a try in the corner? Yes, there is! And surely that will take New Zealand into the final. Stacey Vakau with the try.
Yeah, good finish from New Zealand in the end. Moved the ball into the open space as well. feel for the England team. They had a couple of decisions a little bit tough, which has turned the game really. Brilliant movement of the ball from New Zealand, though, out into the hands finally of Stacey Uwaka. You can't argue with the skill there from New Zealand. One side of the pitch to the other. Portia Woodman's footwork on one end, Stacey Uwaka's on the other. Well played, New Zealand.
And Sue, what I also liked about this try was Tarini Tamaki look at the footwork here to get on the outside, deliver the pass, and that made all the space.
Well, what she did was the footwork drew two defenders in, didn't it? It just brought the defence in off the wing that made the space for Stacey Uwaka to have the room to finish it off. Been really impressive, this New Zealand performance. They're lacking so many of their usual top go-to gun players, and yet they've dominated.
Yes, they certainly have dominated, and the scoreline, well, it doesn't lie, does it? New Zealand 24, England 12. Tries by Sarah Goss, Portia Woodman, Stacey Uwaka and Shiri Tani. It's been quite comprehensive. New Zealand into the line out from an offside position. Katie McLean will tap and go. Joanne Watmore, who hasn't seen a lot of the ball in this tie. Natasha Hunt to Katie McLean. Here's Heather Fisher. McLean and Fisher in unison. Oh, great inside pass. Well, that's one of the best tries I think we've seen this weekend. Abby Brown in under the post, and it just goes to show that England do have the attacking threat. It's been New Zealand, however, all the way in this tie, but you can always take something out of a game of rugby sevens, and that was a marvellous try created here by Heather Fisher.
That offload. So Heather Fisher puts the pace on it. She was never going to outrun Portia Woodman, but the offload to Abby Brown, and England's youngster, so chuffed with that score. Look how happy she is. England disappointed with the result, of course they are, but as you say, you can always take something out of the game, always show what you've got and put it out there.
New Zealand into the final of the Atlanta Sevens. The final score in the semi-final, they've dispatched England by 24 points to 19.
Well, our second Cup semi-final between the finalists from Sao Paulo, Canada and Australia. That's coming right up as you see the right to play New Zealand. Let's have a quick word with Canada's captain, the one and only Jen Kish.
Brilliant step off the right.
Lovely step again, Jen Kish. This is going to be a brilliant individual try for the Canadian captain.
That was sensational from the Canadian captain.
Here comes the second to the captain. Jen Kish is in. Kish again. This is Captain Fantastic going in the score for Canada. Unbelievable.
Well, this is what it's all about, the World Series table as it stands. Australia right out there, and they are 2 from 2. Can Canada stop them at least making the final? New Zealand in second. That'll improve their position if they win this tournament. And here we are. This is it, the Cup semi-final and the right to play in New Zealand. Canada against Australia. As I said, the finalists from Sao Paulo. Australia dominated that final in Brazil, winning by 29 points to 0 in the thundering rain, but they are missing 1 or 2 players from that squad, so let's see how this one turns out. They've played 13 times. Canada have won just 4 of them. Well, two very strong starting sevens there. Parry, the captain for Australia. Watch out for Tony Gatto. She is having an incredible tournament. Number 5 for Australia. We know what Kaslik can do. And Sherry as well. Ghislaine Landry, well, a hat-trick of hers in the last match. She was absolutely unstoppable. Jen Kish, who we just heard from the captain, and plenty of ammo and firepower on both sets of benches.
Welcome to the field, Canada and
It is our cup semi-final, and it is Australia against Canada. There is revenge in the air for the Canadians. There's a mission to go 3 tournaments unbeaten for Australia. How it all plays out, well, the next 14 minutes will tell its own tale. That's Canada's route to this stage. So impressive against Fiji. 29 points to 0 in that one. Australia, meanwhile, well, they've been scoring tries for fun after that early setback by England, and they comfortably accounted for the United States of America. Daniel Stanford is beside me, former USA Sevens international. Australia are favourites on paper, but Canada have been playing some superb rugby.
They really have. Defensively, Canada have only let in 4 tries, which is amazing this weekend, and won all 4 matches. Very, very exciting time right now as you take a look at the referee.
Alejandra Nieves, 64th match in charge in the 7 series. A beautiful afternoon in Atlanta. I wouldn't bet against Canada causing an upset here. They have been devastating, but they haven't faced anything quite like the opposition in front of them. The gold from Australia.
Go get it, Cal.
And the captain, Shannon Parry, underneath this one, but Australia getting their big tall players up. Kelly Russell to disrupt, back with Parry, and shipped on nicely from Alicia Quirk. And through the middle, Australia try and go. Megan Lucan making the hit. Cherry again. Here is Tony Gatto, the strike runner. I was telling you, into Kaslik. She's another one. Back inside to Tony Gatto. 7-5. Kaslik to Tony Gatto. It's another one for Emma Tony Gatto. And what a start for Australia.
Wow, we've seen the Honey Badger do it for the men's 15s team, and now we're seeing Tony Gatto following back on the inside. She set up a beautiful pass and then followed back in, and the timing was absolutely fantastic. Kaslik delivers the goods, and Australia bite first.
The ball beats the player every time. And the conversion attempt underneath the post from Chloe Dalton. 7 points to 0, and she is on fire. Tony Gatto. 9 tries in Atlanta. Not a bad weekend's work so far, and she's not done yet. Chloe Dalton to get us back underway. Tony Gatto switches sides, and the chase is on here. Maybe suspicion from Sherry that she might have been offside, but Canada knock it on, and Australia should get the put in here.
Yeah, nice kickoff there from Dalton. We know her brothers are watching, play their rugby in Sydney, and just forcing the error there. Momentum well with Australia right now in the start.
Explosive opening from Australia. Back-to-back tournament wins in Dubai and Sao Paulo. Kaslik with the feed, clean ball for them to work with. A couple of dummy runners, but Tony Gatto took that one at a standing start. Wrapped up and taken to the ground by Lucan. He's made a couple of hits so far. Kaslik under pressure, needs help there from Sherry, and they get it away. Tony Gatto once more. Nice hands from Quirk. This is the captain, Shannon Parry. Little switch just to retain possession and make Canada think about the runners. All defensive duties from the team in red. And the Aussies go and spread this one wide. Cherry on the outside to Kaslik. She's going to have to go on her own here. She breaks the tackle, and off she goes! Charlotte Kaslik underneath the post. Molesky won't want to see that tackle again. Kaslik will look at it all day long.
Well, it's the combination, and this time Kaslik, she's as dangerous as the electric chair. Comes to the outside, 3 players coming across. She manages to cut back in. Those two needed to make that tackle, and in the end she makes it look all too simple. Smiles on her face and smiles on the Wallabies.
Conversion underneath the post. Varela, I should say, Dalton adds the extras. 14 points to 0. And the crowd all smiles. The Wallabies are in front.
Quickly, please. Now.
Canada need to settle into this game. Look at that. It's going to land right on the 10-metre line. That's precision. I don't think that Emily Cherry quite believed it was going to get there, but that is precision restart kicking from Dalton.
And if you're Canada, you want to catch that, whether it's 9 metres or 10 metres, and just get the ball in your hands. We haven't even announced any of the Canadian names yet.
Up the middle. Kish. Landry. It's all going from bad to worse for Canada. I tell you what, Tony Gatto might stand up. She thought of it. Russell closed that gap. Cherry. Parry. 2 to bring her down. She's still on her feet. Jen Kish in to try and steal. Has to let it go. Referee instructions pretty clear. Caslick, lovely wrap around it again. Trying to put her teammate through. But Burke just thought better to retain possession to get isolated. And that was the right decision. Cherry again to Shannon Parry. Nice little run from Tony Gatto just to straighten inside, give her teammates the option to set play and go again, but they've gone off their feet.
Yeah, finally Canada get a break there. They'll get possession this time, because Australia are playing intelligent sevens, as you said, not to get too isolated. Now it's a chance here for the North Americans to see what they're made of.
Well, John Tate needs to have a think about this one, because his team have barely touched the ball, and when they have, they've dropped it. What have Canada got in response? We know they're capable. Mileski to Kish. Langford coming up, and another drop ball. It's a nightmare for Canada. Australia, little chip and chase. Caslick after this one, stretches the legs. Back goes Varela. Stands up, does well. Varela, the pass to Landry. Tackled by Sherry. Numbers now on the left-hand side here. Paquin drops the shoulder, but she's upended in a cruncher of a tackle. Chloe Dalton. That's technique for you. Varela, pass on the outside. Landry, we know she's got pace. Can she beat Tony Gatto? Landry sets off. 2 in pursuit. She's the quickest player on the pitch, because Catholic can't stop her. Tony Gatto couldn't catch her, and Canada are back in the game.
Well, we saw Landry score a hat-trick earlier today, and it was excellent setup for her on the outside. Quick hands, 2 to beat, and then she turned on the burners. And as you said, Coach John Tate will be much happier with his side scoring on the hooter.
Conversion here important, because this would make it a 1-score game if this goes over. It's a kickable one, and the flags go up. We have a game, ladies and gentlemen, in Atlanta. The perfect response from Landry. She did it in the quarterfinals. She's done it again in the semi-finals. Canada trail, but only by 7 now. It's Canada 7, Australia 14. What a second half in prospect.
Let's just one thing in our attack. Get a bit deeper. Right? Yeah, Gators. Right, girls. Let's go. Now half, girls. Come on.
From this half, I think you're going to inject. More over the inject up in the first.
inject yourself into this game, okay? 2 big points there. Our tack seal is really good, right? Forget the kicking, that's just really, really wrong, right? Okay, in the line, okay, it's got to come with everyone, and we have to chase, we have to have connection to make that tackle, right? Your tack seal is great, ruck this, keep moving up, hip square, okay, put him under pressure, put their skill under pressure, they're going to turn it over, right? Just inject, next 2 minutes, inject it as well, right? Nil off, defence wins us the ball.
Saturday, April 23rd at Bank Stadium in Kennesaw. Call 855-44-PLAYS. Log on to AtlantaPlace.com for tickets now. Check out the Stadium Party presented by Kings 115, featuring Eric Maslay live concert with special guests. Major League Lacrosse is here in Atlanta. Get tickets at AtlantaPlace.com.
Nice work, Lobster.
So, second half just about set to go. Australia lead by 7. Canada striking back just before the half-time whistle. And what have they got in this second half? A slow start for Canada. They might be happy just to be 7 points down, given they couldn't catch a cold in the first 4 or 5 minutes. Landry, she scored the try, and that is another drop ball. Referee hasn't seen it, and they might get a chance to move this one now. Kish out in the wing there, look for the offload, gets the offload away. Lovely play by Jen Kish, captain leading the charge, and that was an illegal. Not releasing the tackler. Chance to go quickly again for Canada. Why not? The momentum is with you. Paquin. Any chance for Russell to get through? Back to Landry, no room for her. Back to Farella. And this is Molesky. Kish, lovely hands to keep it alive. This is teamwork at its best. Trying to burst through to tackle this Lucan, and they keep it alive. It's 4-on-1 outside. They got to go numbers. Hands will do this, surely. On the outside, Paquin for the corner. Paquin for the corner. Oh yes, Canada right back into this game. What a try.
Oh, Canada, you good thing. It's Paquin that gets the score, but it's the whole team that worked beautifully in unison. Jen Kish led it on the right-hand side, and then it came back with numbers to burn. Paquin, with those ears taped up, she knows one way to the line.
Streamlined for maximum effect. And boy, did that one work. Russell now, she got the last conversion. This isn't going to be a million miles away. Oh, it's over! It is over! The banana kick from the outside of the foot. 14 points apiece. What a game, Dallin. What a game.
Wow. Whatever Tate said at halftime, I want some of that for breakfast. Look at that kick. Genius.
Every point counts in a game that is finely poised. Here's Dutoy, substitute onto the pitch. Can the 18-year-old wonder kid make a difference for Australia? First half, all Aussies. Second half so far, Canada dominating. And Tony Gatto to try and turn the screw. Dummy from Tony Gatto. Still going. And the outside for Cherry. And Cherry is going to win the race. Australia strike back. You cannot take your eye off this game for a millisecond.
Well, we're surely going to lose our voice in the next 4 minutes. Tony Gatto, up the middle she goes. You have to mark her. You can't give her any space. She gets through beautifully, and then the timing of the pass was excellent because she may have gone herself. The wheels on the outside. The cherry on the cake.
19-14. Australia, just when you thought Canada had a stranglehold on the game. Tim Walsh smiles, and you don't blame him. Conversion attempt by the try scorer, off the post and over. This game has everything, absolutely everything.
Well, the next Soccer World Cup, I might pick some of these players in the field right now. 2 excellent conversions.
Little puff of the inhaler. And Australia to restart. 21-14. We've had 5 tries, all of them converted, all of them brilliant. 3.5 minutes to go. Canada looking for inspiration. Well, why not number 9, Landry, with the pass to Kish. Bounces up nicely. Jen Kish to break through. Well marshalled. Back inside goes Molesky. Tries to fend. Tries to break the tackle. Kish in support. They've got numbers now left. If they just straighten up and hands might put Paquin in the corner. Paquin waiting for it, calls for it and gets it. Paquin backs herself. Paquin backs herself. But I tell you, so did Shannon Parry, and she wrapped her and put her into touch.
How vital will that tackle be from Shannon Parry, the captain? Textbook stuff, pulling her towards the touchline, and they'll get the ball back, will Australia.
Sao Paulo is now a distant memory. That was a landslide for the Aussies. This one score in it, 2.5 minutes substitution for Canada. Hannah Darling comes in. I tell you what, I wouldn't mind seeing Emanuela Jada, because she has the pace that can unlock that Australian defence. Beautiful take. Set piece ball off the top. Turner, nice wraparound with Kaslik. And here goes Cherry again. Trying to put Charlotte Kaslik in. Kaslik stretches those long legs over the halfway line. But she is tackled. And Australia under a little bit of pressure. Turner gets it away. Cherry only has Tanigato outside, and she doesn't need her. Sold him up a river. Australia, this would surely seal it. Hands might do it. Tanigato for the corner. How was that pass? It was okay, says the referee. And that surely is that. The dummy from Shannon Parry. The finish from Tanigato. Who else?
Oh, speaking of dream teams, this is brilliant. That dummy is what started it all. I fell for that as well in the commentary booth. And then the support of the Australians was excellent. Tanigato got it at the end. How many times have we said her name this weekend? She latches onto this one, and you've got to feel for the Canadians. They put everything into this game.
And everything has not been enough. Conversion attempt, drifting to the right and wide. Well, a minute to go. A miracle needed for Canada. 2 tries. You feel it's beyond them, and Tanigato takes a well-earned break. In comes Penatani.
12.
And Jada makes an appearance. Well, Hail Mary needed. Give her the ball and see what she can do, but time ticking away there while the substitutions were being made. 50 seconds left. Possession is vital. Bounces up nicely for Russell. Here's Landry. Kish can't hold it. It went backwards or forwards. Forward, says the referee. Marginal, but when it's not going your way, you don't get the breaks.
Yeah, coach for Australia, Tim Walsh said, let's pressurise the Canadians and force them into making mistakes, and that was a good example. And now Australia look to finish it out with 20 seconds to go.
Tim Walsh, a happy man. I tell you what, he knows his side of being in a game, and a couple of pieces of brilliance from his players, the difference. Canada, though, ahead of Langford. I tell you what, they've played some fantastic rugby. Is there going to be another one? Dutoy stands up Jada. Can't go through her, can't go around her, sets it up. There goes the hooter for the full-time whistle. Tackle goes in. Was it high? Referee says no. Chance here. Well, that is the end of that. Emily Cherry smacks the ball into the stand. What a game of rugby we've been treated to here in Atlanta. If there's been any doubt about how good this Australia team is, you've just had your answer. They are the team to beat. They'll play New Zealand in the final. Final score, Canada 14, Australia 26.
Nice round.
Well, lovely scenes at the end of that semi-final, and Australia will head into the final to play New Zealand. Such confidence amongst the young Australian team. And look at the conditions here in the Fifth Third Bank Stadium here at the Kennesaw State University. The top try scorer, Emma Tonegato. Well, you'll remember her name. 10 tries, 5 against Colombia yesterday, and she's been in magnificent form. Ghislaine Landry has played her part, as has the England captain, Emily Scarrett. Kelter for the USA has been in good form as well. Some excellent tries. Hope you're enjoying all the action. Why don't you tweet us at World Rugby Sevens or hashtag Atlanta Sevens. So the most points, of course, with Emma Tonegato. 5 times 10, 5 for a try, and my calculator's working. Tonegato on top with 50 points, Ghislaine Landry, and a real barrage of points. So this is the 11th, 12th place between Colombia and Spain. So really it is the teams sort of fighting out at the bottom end of the competition. The one team that might be quite happy about that is Ireland, actually, because they were propping up the bottom of the series table, so they will get some points. And Colombia, well, it's been their debut season. It's been their debut here on the Women's Sevens series. Alejandra Betancourt has caught the eye for the Colombians, while Spain, well, they've just really not shone across this whole tournament. But they'll be looking to finish off with a win over Colombia in the final game. Elizabeth Martinez will captain the team. Keep an eye out for Arini Chavon, who has some pace to burn as well.
Please welcome to the field Colombia and Spain.
So the Colombians take the field to the left of your picture. To the right is the Spanish, and the colourful strips of the Colombians. They actually have a toucan as their emblem, the Colombians, and well, they recently came third in last month's South American Championships, losing 90 points to 15 over Argentina in pool play and 31-0 to Brazil. They've scored a couple of tries, one against Fiji this weekend and another one against Japan in the semi-final of the plate competition. From Fiji, James Umbulumbio. He'll be the whistler in the middle.
Okay, captain. Okay.
So the 11th, 12th playoff here at the Women's 7 Series in Atlanta. The last game for these two teams, and I'm sure it'll be as competitive as the first game on day one. My name's Scott Hastings, alongside me, Dallin Stanford, the former USA Eagles Sevens player. And well, Dallin, this is all about the growth of the game, is it not?
Oh, it certainly is. Wonderful to see new nations picking up the ball and running with it, literally. And Colombia here have some good things that they've done over the weekend. Spain had an excellent game against New Zealand. We forget about that one. It was 10-5. Very tight. And now they find themselves here in this clash looking to impress.
Well, we've seen a number of errors from Colombia. Spain will be the beneficiary here. The little kick from Patricia Garcia. Garcia playing footballing skills. She just doesn't have the control there, just short the line, and the ball cleared downfield. This will be taken by Maria Casado. Casado throws the ball out to Erbina. Maria Ishibaria gets the loop round pass from Erbina, and Erbina wearing that scrum cap. There's the 5 metre line again, another offload. Spain dominating the possession here. If they can get it wide, there's going to be a try on here, because standing right outside is Irene Chiavon. Chiavon steps back in, 5 yards. Oh, the Colombians putting in a huge amount of effort in the defensive chores. Penalty for Spain, however, they'll just tap and go. Hands in the ruck against this small diminutive scrum half. Patricia Garcia directs operations for Spain. Well, Spain are just patient. They'll score here. They're putting this Colombian team under a huge amount of pressure. Maria Casado takes the ball in, and here's the space. Oh, a little nice footwork there from Patricia Garcia, and a nice try for the Spanish opens up the scoring in this 11th-12th playoff game.
Number 4, Patricia Garcia.
Great start indeed for the Spanish. Garcia has been instrumental, the little maestro for the side. It was a nice setup from Casado as well. Her teammates call her the Mask of Zorro, and there she goes in there, sets up the ruck, and then fancy footwork, as you said, Scott. She gets the first try.
Yeah, just standing up, Alexandra Betancourt. And Patricia Garcia trying to convert her own try. Well, we saw a super conversion earlier on from Canada's Kelly Russell from wide out. That one just doesn't quite hit the target, but Spain into the lead by 5 points to 0.
Some very good tackles coming in there from the Colombians. Wasn't enough, but again, they're gaining valuable experience on the series by playing at this high level.
So the scoring team in sevens, of course, kicks off. Unlike the 15s game, when the team in defence would kick off. Well, another knock on, but adjudged to have gone backwards in actual fact. Well, it's all just a little bit scrappy. Well, eventually, the breakaway by Medina. Medina up to the halfway line. Tackled by Patricia Garcia. And you can see the Colombians, they get all a little bit centred. 6 players all within a matter of metres with each other. And now trying to find a little bit of space. Oh, that was a lovely little offload here. Now, can Colombia finish off the movement? Well, Delgado thumped in the tack, but Colombia can show that they can play sevens. Of course, they've qualified for Rio. We switch here. Wearing that pink scrum cap for the Colombians is Ramirez. Betancourt, it's route 1 for her. Metre short. Now, if Colombia can go wide, they've got a try on here. One more pass could go over. Well, that was adjudged to be a high tackle. Now, Colombia, again, just getting a little bit static there. But yeah, it was the high tackle, so tap and go. There's space to the left. Oh. Alexandra Betancourt, has she got the try? Referee says it was held up, but he may have a wee little chat with his in-goal touch judge. Well, there we are, there's the try. Alexandra Betancourt, she scores the try for Colombia. It's against the pad, and the ball at the base of the pad.
Well, back in the 70s or 80s, we've seen a young Scott Hastings do that on countless occasions. And right now, Betancourt scores here for Colombia. Wonderful stuff.
Well, in my day, of course, Dallin, they could actually touch the ball anywhere on the post. If you were tall enough, you could touch it on the bar. But nowadays, it has to go down. So the try was scored, and then the conversion was good. That's the drop kick between the posts. So in actual fact, Colombia now leading Spain by 7 points to 5. Big kickoff taken by Patricia Garcia, who automatically spreads play down this near blind side. Irene Chiavon, and then the breakaway there by Amia Erbina. Erbina up to the 10-yard line. Chiavon in midfield throws that wide outside pass. And then Echeverria, oh, she's got all the pace to go round outside the Colombians and stop the ball down. So Spain have responded in the best way possible with a length of the field try.
And great skills on display there as well. The captain Martinez was vital in setting up the outside play. Look at the passing off the left hand as well. Much more difficult. And passing in front of the player. And great response, as you said, hurdling away through.
So the additional 2 points on offer for the conversion. The try has been converted, so Spain now leading the Colombians by 12 points to 7. Words from Laura Garcia from Colombia. So there'll still be time for one more play of the first half. Garcia, you can see how influential she is within the game. The number of times we've mentioned her in commentary. Well, Colombia knocked that ball on Catherine Medina, and if the pass is made out here, Echeverria will be in for a second try. Here she is, she's got fast feet. Oh, there was going to be a wee switch play there, but the ball was knocked on by Maria Casado, which brings down the action at half-time. Spain go into the half-time huddle leading Colombia by 12 points to 7.
¿Alguien me puede explicar el ensayo? ¿Qué ha pasado? ¿Qué ha pasado en el ensayo? ¿Nos saca? Hemos hablado de los golpes de castigo y realmente hemos hecho tres corbatas, que hay que ir placando. Es solo de placar, tener el balón y tener tranquilidad. Hemos perdido un ensayo por no tener tranquilidad. Mover el balón, solo mover el balón. Pero no quiero ganar el partido, quiero no tener estas sensaciones. Quiero placar, tener una buena defensa, con tranquilidad y empezar a mover el balón. Si movéis el balón no hay
El ala es de usted. Veremos si el 4 no lo hace. Le caigo al 4. ¿Estamos claros con eso? Lo demás, chicas, distribúyamela. Deje de hacerme esto. Yo no te quiero allá adentro en el hueco, no te quiero afuera, listo. Distribúyala. Que hay gente fuerte, hay gente muy fuerte, listo. Una jugada. Disfruten.
So the second half just about to get underway here of the 11th-12th playoff final. And there's the try scorer for Spain, Irene Chiavon. Made her debut in Dubai in December 2012. This is her 15th World Rugby Tournament. So the call's been made for Colombia as they start the second half here in the 11th-12th playoff. Kick is long down to Spain, so Spain will set off on this counter-attack. So off the Berta Garcia is off the bench to start this second half. She throws a wide pass on that far outside channel. Chiavon has the support on that wide outside, but the ball's brought back down through the middle. Another penalty. So for Colombia is Solange Delgado. There she is. Delgado, who's a university rugby coach. I hear she works in a community development program in Bogota. But it's really just those errors, actually, Dallin, that have actually littered the performance by Colombia throughout the whole weekend. And in particular, Caterina Medina, I don't think I've seen a player drop the ball so much.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate because your team really can't get anything going. They've scored a great try in the first half, but then struggled to keep the errors down. And what that does is give more and more ball to a team like Spain that has talent on the outside.
Well, the unforced errors just costing Colombia possession and opportunity and chances, and we don't want to be too critical of players, but Caterina Medina has actually been substituted there.
Maybe the coach heard you here in the commentary booth.
I was actually speaking to Maria Palacio, who's the manager of the Colombians. They're so happy to have qualified for the Rio Olympic Games. This is really just a breath of fresh air, and former USA coach Al Caravelli is helping out, I should say, in a consultancy role. Lovely little ball here, though, for Patricia Garcia. Can she follow up that kick and chip? Yes, she can. What a super try, the second try for Patricia Garcia in this match against Colombia.
She really is the heart and soul of this team. She promotes the game as well to young kids all over Spain, and has the skills to match the chip over the top, the speed. Still had to put it to the boot here and get the bounce. Excellent stuff for her highlight reel.
Oh, and the conversion is good as well. Well, Spain surely have got this one in the bag, so they'll finish up 11th here in Atlanta. They'll be disappointed because, as you were saying earlier, Dallin, yesterday they really pushed New Zealand, didn't they, in that second pool game? 5 points to 10. They had New Zealand on the rack right at the end of the game and had their chances to score against New Zealand, and it just goes to show the quality of rugby sometimes on offer, that teams can raise their games when they need to, but it's about consistency of performance. And as we've seen in the main cup competition, it will be Australia taking on New Zealand, and those are the two most consistent teams on the circuit. Colombia with a poor pass then, picked up there by Laura Gonzalez. Well, just runs into a big Spanish tackler there.
Vantage, knock on.
Ball dislodged, but it came off a Spanish hand.
And as you mentioned in the first half as well, a lot of the Colombian players are too close together. 5 or 6 players, resembling a little bit of 15s rugby. They'll just need to work on that, get a few players spread out wider and work in smaller groups of 3 perhaps.
Yeah, they do get a little bit tight in their attack play, don't they? But they kind of they rely on the likes of Laura Garcia and Alejandra Betancourt to play the tighter game. Nice little pass there and wrap-around play there by the number 8, Solange Delgado. And Delgado up towards the 10-yard line. High tackle advantage being played. Colombia now up to over the halfway line. Better from them. Can they string the ball wide? Spain come up. Step back against the grain is from Laura Gonzalez. Sharon Acevedo then. And good retention by Colombia as they build their attack phase. They're now going to try and stretch things again. This is Betancourt with the pass. Down to Lopez up to the 22-metre line. This has been a great counter-attack from the Colombians, showing really great heart in this 11th-12th playoff. And again, retaining the possession. It's all about the unforced error. Can they keep possession and keep putting the Spanish team under pressure? No, says Patricia Garcia, who comes through to make the tackle for Spain. Well, there's route one there. Alejandra Betancourt, there's only one way for her to go. Nicole Acevedo. Colombia for the line. Oh, what a wonderful try! Guadalupe Lopez And that is as good a try that we have seen in Atlanta this weekend. Full credit to the Colombians and a smile on the face.
Well, they built the phases superbly, using the full width of the field. It's what we just mentioned. And then, of course, some big battering runners up the middle. And the skill of the young student, Lopez, for the line. That is stunning to watch.
Well, Darren, you mentioned the fact she scored the winning try with 10 seconds to go in the final of the South American qualification tournament to beat Argentina and qualify for Rio. And that type of commitment has been shown here against Spain. Guadalupe Lopez, the 29-year-old, the PE student. Well, it's been competitive. So one last chance for Colombia. Can they retain the possession and get themselves into a winning situation?
Thank you. Okay, time back on.
Ball then taken there by Irene Chiavon. Chiavon up towards that 10-metre line. Advantage now being played by James Lumbio. But Spain, you can see they're a lot more structured in their attack as well. A lot more fluency from the Spanish. Now starting to stretch the Colombians. Contact made. And we're in that. Paula Medan goes in to continue and recycle the possession. This is Berta Garcia with that gold cap. Garcia cuts an angle. There's an inside pass that could be made, but Chiavon overruns the mark. Spin and burl. There's the final hooter. Irene Echeverria. Wide, Paula Medan. Oh, a super pass there to Elizabeth Martinez, and the Spanish skipper dots down on that far outside channel, actually. Yeah, I was just going to say, I thought it was their second try this weekend, and the Spanish captain polishes off the final act for Spain in this Atlanta Sevens.
Yeah, they can certainly mix it up with some of the bigger teams, and they're showing the difference between the Colombian side right now. They are a lot more consistent. They've got the width of attack as well. That pass was on a dime, even looked a little forward, but good finish.
Well, I was going to say there were two excellent passes to finish with. So the history books will say that Colombia finished in last place in Atlanta, but they certainly added colour to the Atlanta Sevens here at the 5th Third Bank Stadium here at Kennesaw State University. The final score then, full time, Spain 24, Colombia 12.
Finalists in the competitive high school division have made it to the championship match, and we now welcome them to the pitch. Please put your hands together for Charlotte U19 and Granville Motley. Successful kick for Granville Motley, bringing the score 7-0 for Granville Motley.
up to? You gonna do warm up?
Try Granville Motley. Score stands Granville Motley 12, Charlotte 19 nil.